Welcome to the Some Dare Call It Conspiracy podcast, hosted by Brent Lee and Neil Sanders. After nearly 20 years exploring the world of conspiracy culture, we are taking our guests and listeners on a guided tour of the rabbit hole. Our mission? To discover where the truth lies. We've actually made it. There's two milestones that I thought, once we've hit these two milestones, we officially make it. You know, we're officially a good podcast.
Okay.
One is obviously me being your handler. When someone finally would break that.
That's true.
And second, shout out to Nicholas Gray. We've got some amazing fan artwork.
Oh, yeah. That artwork is astonishing, isn't it? It's absolutely brilliant. It is a shame that your job as my handler has been exposed quite so early into it. I hope to get away with that a bit more. But, we just have to roll with the punches, won't we? And just we'll just deny it. Just deny it. And who could possibly prove it?
I mean, well, episode 6, that's halfway through the year. I think we did pretty good. It was a good run.
Not bad. Yeah, it's not bad, is it? Episode 6, it's the numerology. It caught us, didn't it?
That's it. Anyway, all right. Well, we're joined by Jack, and I'd like Jack to introduce himself. Jack, thank you for coming on, and please tell the people who you are.
Hey, my pleasure. Thank you guys so much for having me. I am Jack Rowland. I'm an artist from Australia, but I run a podcast called In Too Deep, which kind of started as like a way of platforming my fellow artists and also just an excuse to talk to all my heroes, but it just kind of quickly devolved into a lot of conspiracy talk as well, because similar to Brent, in my early 20s, I went down the rabbit hole of conspiracy theories. I reckon I was probably in it proper for about a year. Actually, it's a pretty funny story, which I'll quickly share. So I was in Berlin doing an artist residency, and I had a lot of time to myself, and I was just going deeper and deeper on these, 1 hour, 50-minute YouTube videos of terribly put together PowerPoint presentations with a very ominous voice speaking, and I was hooked.
What kind of year was this?
This was 2013. So I thought the world was possibly going to end in 2012. That was probably the lead up. It's a funny arc, right? Got into spirituality, psychedelics, and then very naively optimistic. And with that spirituality, I feel like conspiracies are almost like the naive spiritualist's ugly cousin. It just kind of creeps on in once you open your mind, man. So I was very into 2012, and then I was right into chemtrails and all that stuff, and the Illuminati, of course. This is before the cabal. This is when it was the New World Order. It's all been repackaged now. Then I was really hooked by Graham Hancock's content. I actually just went to one of his lectures and was just so captivated. I mean, it's the most exciting story that I'd never heard. The pyramids are far older. There's an ancient civilization that's 12,000 years older than we ever thought, and it's pretty amazing stuff. Anyway, fast forward. I was spending a lot of time on the internet watching all this stuff, and I got onto this conspiracy theory called the Bosnian Pyramid, that there's actually this ancient, far bigger, far older pyramid in rural Bosnia. And you go on Google and you have a look at the pictures, and it looks like a pyramid covered in greenery. It's four-sided, and it's oh my God, what the hell? So I volunteered to go and help excavate this pyramid. I thought, if I'm going to spend so much time on these conspiracy theories, and I was slowly just annoying everyone around me, getting more argumentative. I was starting to get to the point where no one could really have a conversation without me bringing it back to the Illuminati for about 1 year. I could even recognize it myself. I found it very frustrating and isolating, actually. I just couldn't help myself. Anyway, went to Bosnia, dragged my poor girlfriend, who is now my wife. Don't know why. She said yes to marry me after this. But dragged her to rural Bosnia, and it was pretty much camp conspiracy. It was in the middle of nowhere. It was people from all corners of the world, all on the same trip of What Don't We Know, Lost Civilization. And yeah, we were pickaxing and digging deep trenches on the side of this mountain. It was quite a very the best documentary that's never been made about that place. It's kind of had a culty kind of vibe. And yeah, just the ideas that were kind of spreading. My wife was like a saint. She basically did not buy any of it. She went along and she kind of made it her task to subtly debunk some of the ideas that these people were kind of putting toward me, and she kind of pulled me out of it. A combination of that and also just seeing all this infighting. Once you were there, it was like a group of maybe 20, and then there's like, that the archaeologist isn't actually an archaeologist, he's lying to you, and then other people are saying this and that, and then there's all these little fractions. I'm like, oh, you guys just can't help yourself, can ya? It's like conspiracies within conspiracies. It's actually just a very unhealthy mind frame of just paranoia as the default. And then I think ultimately realized that, look, not literally, but these videos that I'm watching, they're just made by these kinds of people. These kinds of people that have all come together. They're not doctors, they're not researchers. You can poke the logic in so much of their perspectives if you learn how to critically think. One example, sorry, I'll end the rant soon, but one example of like this just holes in this logic. So part of the excavation of this Bosnian pyramid was actually going into these tunnels, because all pyramids have tunnels. What they don't really tell you on the YouTube videos is these tunnels are probably about 5 k's away from the pyramids, and they've just kind of spun some story that they think that they're all related when there's no real evidence at all that they're related. Could be anything. We don't really know what they are. I'm sure there's an answer to that. But ultimately everyone started taking photos in these tunnels, and some of the photos, these orbs would pop up all over the photos, and some more than others. And we kind of got spun the story that these orbs are actually spirit lost souls, and maybe the builders of the pyramids. And then my camera started picking up a lot of these orbs, like far more than anyone else. And then they kind of started this thing that, wow, it's actually because you, Jack, you are a very spiritual person, and they reckon the spirits like you, and they recognize. And I have to say, I think I was drinking the Kool-Aid a bit. My ego was obviously liked that. And then when we got home, like Yuria wasn't getting any. Yuria is my wife. But she had a very good camera. I had a shit camera. So she just Googled it, and she's like, well, yeah, there's a very obvious, easily Googleable explanation for this. It's because the camera's shutter speed is terrible. It's just picking up dust particles. Here's examples of how all these dust particles are captured underwater. They look exactly the same. They're even in hexagonal shapes, which was the shape of the lens. And then they told her, oh, no, that's because you're not spiritual. So
get out of the group. Get out of the group.
Yeah. To be honest, it took me a little while until I probably really got home that I had a proper think about it and stuff. And you know what? I really got what I set out to achieve, and it was to figure out whether or not it was legitimate, and it was the unraveling and seeing how completely lack of critical thinking that I had allowed myself to think that way. And I have my wife to thank, and I'll even give myself a pat on the back for actually putting my money where it is and heading out onto the field. But
So what is it then? Is it a pyramid, or is it just a hill, or what?
Good question. I mean, it looks very much like it. They give all sorts of really convincing, if you want to be convinced, arguments for all these mysteries. But when I really boiled it down, most of it is jargon, and the only thing that is really mysterious about it is the fact that all the sides do face, I believe, north, south, east, and west, which is weird.
Yeah,
it looks like a pyramid, flat sides, but that also exists in nature. There are other examples of that happening. It's a rare thing, but that has happened with other mountains and hills.
I think there's one in Wales. I may be completely wrong about that, but I think there's one in Wales.
Well, we got one in Mars.
Well, a lot of the concrete slabs that we ended up excavating, because you do get to this thing, and there's photos that really do look like tile work or anything, but they're also really inconsistent within the same pyramid structure. So it's almost like they were trial and erroring, like 3 or so different styles of building. And I'm not a geologist. Like, water and erosion forms really weird stuff. I don't know that it's all bullshit, but I think there's enough reasonable doubt to say that these could easily be formed in other ways or naturally. And even ultimately, at the end of the day, even Graham Hancock said he wasn't convinced.
Right. So there's an anomaly. There's something that's strange. It could be a natural formation. It could be something archaeological or of some sort of spiritual, religious, ceremonial significance or something. But frankly, we just don't know. But these people have framed it as they've decided already this is a pyramid. It's something to do with the Egyptian pyramids as well. It's indicative of like some sort of global knowledge or sort of pattern. So essentially, they've done the thing of, here's the thing, let's formulate an idea to explain that thing, and then let's look for evidence to back up that idea, rather than examining the thing to see if there's evidence to tell you what it is.
Totally. And the guy, Dr. Samir Osmanagic, who kind of runs the whole thing and the discoverer, I mean, he wears a big Indiana Jones hat. Like, he's really just living his childhood dreams. You know?
Has he got a whip?
I bet you he probably does, but that's for his private life.
So you went through this journey and everything. Now, basically, you do the podcast. So how did you start talking to conspiracy people? Because I think, was it your first episode is speaking to a flat earther?
Yeah, so I've been blessed with a very, very diverse friendship group and a lot of out there people in my orbit. And one of my very good high school friends is a very much like a contrarian thinker and conspiracy theorist, and he is a flat earther. So I was actually trying to convince him to stop. Like, he would talk about it a lot, which, as I said, I went through that when I kind of went down that rabbit hole, and it can get very repetitive. And I was like, why don't you start a podcast, and then you can actually get all your ideas out and just talk to all the people that inspire you. And he didn't do that, so I thought, well, I'll catch this story on audio waves, and that was kind of the first fun way of getting into it. But ultimately, I think the kooky idea ones are just like you guys. They're fun to explore. Conspiracy theories are fun. Ultimately, I do think most of them are rubbish. And I'm also extremely interested in how people can, like the JFK Jr. thing, it's just so absurd. How could anyone really believe that is a reality? And hopefully by chatting to people and at least trying to see how they've come to those conclusions, you can, I don't know, maybe have a bit more empathy towards it, as well as being taken for a ride of how weird and fun and bizarre and kind of stupid some of this shit is. You know, it's so it's a mix of art, music, and conspiracy stuff, the podcast. But hey, it kept me very sane throughout lockdown.
So what's your position now? Like, I mean, obviously you used to be very open to things like, Hollow Earth and stuff like that. I assume you've dismissed that now. But what about other things? Do you still have questions about 9/11? Do you believe that Roswell was potentially a thing, that sort of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, 9/11, I was pretty convinced it was an inside job, or maybe not necessarily that it was an inside job, but the US definitely let it happen to create a false flag. Now, I mean, I think really reality is far more boring than we want to let it out. I think there's, similar to, I think, your perspective, Neil, I think we have a lot of people in power that are extremely greedy, don't give a fuck about their common man, happy to capitalize, and are really, really corrupt. If you want to call that like a conspiracy, I guess you probably could. Yeah, people are behind the scenes pulling some strings, but I kind of don't even really see it as a conspiracy. I just think it's just straight up high level, deep corruption
Yes.
that's been going on for a very long time, a lot of generations. If you're loaded and you're born into a loaded, wealthy family, why would you want to give that up?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to keep it going? I think most of it can be explained away with that. Doesn't mean conspiracies don't exist. Most of them within the conspiracy theory narrative aren't real, in my opinion. But of course, aliens are real. Joe Rogan said so. But no, I actually do believe aliens are real, and they have come to Earth. So there you go. There's one.
No, absolutely. I'm totally open for that as a theory. I'd very much like that to be the case. I think there's some weird convincingness about aliens and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, this is the point, isn't it? We're not dismissing all conspiracy theories by any stretch of the imagination. Like, what we're trying to do is we're trying to have a look at some and just see whether they're accurate or not, really. Some are and some aren't.
Another one that I think is possibly. I flirt with, but I don't necessarily subscribe to is, and this will sound out there too, in line with there's fucking crazy pedophile shit with Jeffrey Epstein and Jimmy Savile. And I don't know whether it's what the conspiracy theorists say, but
there's something going on there, isn't there?
Jimmy Savile blows my I cannot fathom how he got away with that for so long, how he's friends with the royals, how they gave him a room at this hospital to stay in. That's not a thing. That doesn't happen. Why? Why? I don't know. I don't know. Questions. I got questions.
The thing is, right, okay, there's more to that. There's people there's MPs that were involved or potentially involved, certainly with paedophilia, like Cyril Smith and Peter Morrison, who was an aide to Margaret Thatcher. She was advised that he was a pederast and not to take him on as an aide. There's that very famous interview with Tom Fortescue where he says that basically, if he's a whip, and he says, if you get into trouble with small boys, come and see me and I'll, make the scandal disappear and stuff like that. So there's obviously sort of it's a thing. There's obviously, and throughout history, there have been examples of people having inappropriate sex with children and prostituting children. There's declassified documents about the CIA using child prostitutes as honey traps for blackmail scandals and stuff like that, which is very, very similar to what appears to have been going on with Jeffrey Epstein in regards to sort of recording people and stuff like that. So if you look at it in the theme of a conspiracy theory, it sort of, to a degree, nullifies it. If you look at it, as you were saying, as corruption and a crime, then basically all of a sudden it's it's more realistic, isn't it? And it's more palatable for the mainstream. It doesn't mean that there isn't a conspiracy to A, do that, and B, conceal that. But as you say, it's almost about the framing of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's definite corruption, definite crimes going on.
Yeah. I have a theory about it, and this may not make the final cut. I don't think the establishment were particularly bothered about paedophilia until...
I'm on board.
That might not make the final cut. I don't think the establishment were particularly bothered about paedophilia until it was suggested that Michael Jackson did it. And what I think that shows is that the establishment like racism more than they like paedophilia. They were prepared to give up their paedophilia just so that they could have a go at a black guy. I may be wrong, but that's how I potentially see it.
Yeah, I buy it. I mean, if you even think about all these pop stars that we love and cherish, I'm pretty sure
Bowie, Iggy Pop, Led Zeppelin, Rod Stewart, they were all knocking about with the baby groupies, Laurie Maddox.
And that is a thing of like how times change, right? Like everyone knew, those rock stars, they're young girls and stuff. So
Exactly.
Elvis Presley, I think Priscilla was really really young when they kind of got together.
And Jerry Lee Lewis, and again, it's not uncommon. And people didn't really mind until Michael Jackson did it, and then they decided that not having that.
I'm on board.
That might not make the final cut.
No censorship here.
Yeah. Keep it in.
If I did take it out, I guess that would prove I was your handler.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. It's between a rock and a hard place, aren't we?
But like with all that as well, I mean, as COVID came in and as Trump came in, what used to be a fun niche little thing of conspiracism really just blew up to unmanageable proportions, in my opinion. And I felt that I could see my warning signs have been going off ever since, in just in relation to conspiratorial thinking, probably since Trump got in.
Totally.
Well, I think it's been weaponized. I think that political parties like Trump, to an extent, no, not to an extent, absolutely, through things like QAnon and like all this election stuff like that, it's an in. You know, in the same way that basically you find like a lot of these paedophile hunters and stuff like that, like it's very difficult to disagree. We all think that having sex with children is a bad thing, and so they present themselves as righteous. We're going out, blah blah blah, etc., etc., etc. And then after a while, they'll tell you about their far right proclivities and sort of stuff like that. And it does two things: one, it's a way to whitewash their previously terrible image, and two, it's a way of indoctrinating people by drawing them in. It's like a sales technique. You agree with us on this. You agree with us on this. By the way, it's the Jews. And then it's very difficult to like not then, you know, because you're part of a new social group and you want to impress them, and you've already seen that what they're doing on stage one is something that you absolutely agree with. And that's what things like QAnon do. I think we've said this before, but QAnon is basically like, it's politics as wrestling. It's politics for people that have no interest or understanding of politics. It's just giving them a team and it's giving them a mission. And it's selling them a story as well, basically. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think it has been weaponized.
Yeah, that was also a big factor of unplugging from the conspiracy stuff. And this was years ago, but just totally coming to the conclusion of like how much anti-Semitism was just baked into this stuff. Like when you really start getting deep into it, it does all come down to the Jews and I don't know, just it's... Yeah, as soon as I started reading that and seeing it more and more, I was just like, oh, hold on, I don't know. It seemed very like there was an agenda being pushed through. And that's it. You really have to question, who is writing this stuff? Why am I listening to this over the news? Why is, like, if you think the news is all bullshit, why would you read random rabbit hole articles or whatever on YouTube? And the answer is, wherever you look for it. But the answer is, it's because it's so exciting and captivating, and it makes you feel special. You're in the know. You're seeing through. You're smarter than the others. It's actually creating a hierarchy within your perception of yourself towards society. And that's where you get those like things like the sheeple, and only the select few know, and we're actually smarter than the rest, aren't we?
It's why it's a cult-like ideology. You know, it's not exactly a cult because there's no cult leader, but it's the same frame of mind. It's the same as having an ideology, basically, that sets you apart from other people.
There's three things that psychologically a cult does, right? Okay, one, it tells you what the world is like. It tells you what's up, what's down, what's left, what's right, who's good, who's bad, and how the world works. It also shows your position in that world, whether you're right at the top of it, you know, you're number one, or whether you're sort of like, you know, right at the bottom, a minion. And then the third thing, and the most important thing that a cult does, is it surrounds you with like-minded people who agree with you, support you, give you comfort and friendship and psychological encouragement. And those three things are used in numerous things: advertising, drawing people into a group, drawing people towards a team, political associations and stuff like that. But it is either by design or by happenstance that those three things just so happen to basically coincide with people coming to new understandings of the world and conspiracy theories and stuff like that. And because of that, it can be taken advantage of.
I mean, those three things that you just listed, like, that's what you get at a David Icke lecture.
Exactly, yeah.
That is his message. The 6 hours that he gives, that's what he goes through.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that he's sat down and gone, all right, brilliant. What we're going to do is we're going to pull them in, do this, tell them how the world is. It's just that it's happened to fall like that, which is why it's so successful. Like, he might now do that subconsciously in sort of thinking about, say, designing the output of his books or his lectures or whatever. But I don't think that David Icke sat down and gone, how can I indoctrinate 1 million people or whatever? It's just that, as I say, that's kind of the mechanism that it works with, basically.
He's good, David Icke, isn't he? Like, there's something really about him that is very, very captivating.
Oh, he's very charismatic, and he's incredibly skilled as a speaker.
Yeah, but recently, after that Jimmy Savile documentary came out on Netflix, I kind of went back down into the rabbit hole of Jimmy Savile again. I'm like, I just don't buy that this guy got away with it for this long without a bit of help. And for shits and giggles, went and listened to because I remember David Icke called it. He called it on Jimmy Savile, I think, a long time before he was done.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I honestly don't think so. And I was a big David Icke follower.
Really? Okay, so I'm wrong there.
I can pretty much guarantee you there is not a single interview where he names Jimmy Savile before it comes out. I've gone back, I've looked, and he just keeps saying it. He keeps saying, I've told you guys it was, I told you. Where?
Yeah.
Source, please, receipts.
That is very interesting, because there's the Johnny Rotten clip, there's the Jerry Sadowitz clip, there's the Lee and Herring clip. Yeah.
Where is the David Icke clip?
Yes, that's a very good point, actually.
Yeah, well, I've probably just heard him say that.
It's just sort of become one of those truisms. If anybody knows, if it's in one of his books, somebody tell us, please. But this has got to be prior to Jimmy Savile's death.
But yeah, I mean, just watching him again, literally as a piss take, you actually just can see how he does step by step and leads you into more and more out there stuff, to the point where he's talking about energy and, it gets very woo-woo, very new age stuff. But, oh man, I don't believe any of it, but you start getting sucked back. I was getting sucked back in. And again, the next day I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, I want to listen to more. It is like finding new music that you love. It's a similar kind of feeling. So, he's got something there, that David Icke.
Hello, this is Dr. Susan Oliver, and I'm a scientist in the field of nanomedicine. Although our hosts may be charming, please be aware they are not medical experts. Please refer to your local health authorities for medical information and follow the guidelines recommended by the World Health Organization. If you have any further questions, please visit my YouTube channel, Back to the Science, or contact me on Twitter or Facebook. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Going back to what you just said about how everything has changed since Trump, and this one that we want to dive in today is pretty much a brand new one. On the 12th of April, 2022, I came across something on Twitter that it was trending. Satan's DNA. And I was like, what the hell is this? There was this tweet from Ben Collins. It said, Satan's DNA is trending because a YouTube documentary named after the QAnon catchphrase, watch the water, is blowing up among anti-vaxxers. The documentary claims snake venom and magnets were put into the COVID vaccine to give us Satan's DNA. It is even more insane than usual. That was my introduction to this. So, Neil, what the hell is he talking about?
Well, just to explain what the watch the water reference is, that it's a QAnon reference. When the election happened and QAnoners were convinced that basically the election had been in some way stolen or fraudulently sort of put over, there was this theory that's put about by, I think it was Jack Rowland and various other people, that the ballots had got some secret watermark on them that would expose itself after a few days and thus show this massive fraud to be exposed. Needless to say, that didn't actually happen. But for whatever reason, this is still sort of a phrase within the sort of QAnon realm. The QAnon thing, I'm sure people are aware of it, but it's this idea that basically, I mean, it started with Mueller, didn't it? That the Mueller indictment was actually a way to subtly prosecute Hillary Clinton for some stuff or other without them sort of catching wind of this. But obviously, they told people on the internet, so the secretive nature of it was in many ways lost immediately. Anywho, Watch the Water is a documentary that's been produced by two people, Stu Peters, who is a presenter of a program, a QAnoner, COVID denialist, and just basically bandwagon jumper. Anyway, and he and a doctor called Brian Ardis, not a proper doctor, he's a chiropractor. Now, I'm not denigrating chiropractors. I have an incredibly bad back. I've got something called a spondylolisthesis that requires chiropractors. Now, I know a lot of people think that maybe it's all woo and all bullshit and it's dangerous, and I'm sure that there are examples of that, but I've actually found that chiropractors help me. Like, there's been times when physically I've not been able to walk, like no hyperbole, couldn't walk because of my back. Gone to chiropractors and come out of it not fine, but certainly greatly improved. So it's not to denigrate chiropractors, it's just that there is the faintest whiff of a suggestion that maybe he might be using his title as doctor to give you the impression that he might be more knowledgeable about subjects than potentially is. But hey-ho, that's by the by. So, Dr. Brian Ardis and Stu Peters, they got together to do this documentary called Watch the Water. And apparently, this just came about by accident, really. Dr. Brian Ardis, for some reason, had gone to see Stu Peters, who used to be a bounty hunter, which we'll come on to in a bit, to ask him about security, because he'd figured out this fantastic sort of theory that we'll come on to. It involves venom, and he was going to expose this, and he thought that he needed some sort of protection, so he went to speak to Stu Peters, as any sensible person would, to think about hiring him as security. Rather than sort of offer his security expertise, what Stu Peters said was, no, let's make a documentary and you can expose your theory, which is where Watch the Water came from. And we'll come on to that in a minute. But Brian Ardis has been sort of floating around on the scene basically since the start of COVID. He may have been, he's done some stuff in the past, like we'll come on to that later, but he sort of burst onto what we'd call the conspiracy scene in 2020 around the time that COVID happened. He was one of these people that was very, very opposed to any sort of safety measures. He also felt that he's dallied with saying that the virus doesn't exist, and he also basically has said that it's actually the medical protocols and the way that people are being treated, that's not only, he doesn't say that this is ineffective treatment, he goes even further and says that basically it's the treatment itself that is killing people. It's putting people on ventilators, it's using drugs like Remdesivir and stuff like that. That is actually killing people, and they are using the concept of the COVID pandemic as a way to cover this up. It's a mass genocide on a global scale that's disguised as some sort of respiratory disease. But he first appeared on Infowars, which is pretty good, you know. Like he appeared on there in early 2020, ranting about monoclonial antibodies, basically saying that he thought that they didn't work, that they were terrible, and that they would kill you. How he, as a chiropractor, knows exactly what monoclonial antibodies does is anybody's guess. But he looked quite smart, and he had some nice neat hair and stuff, and he came across as convincing. And let's not forget, he told people he was a doctor. He very much later sort of changed his tactic, and then he appeared on Infowars again with Owen Shyroyer. And this was in March 2021. Now, this is a video that you can find on the internet, and it's got the subtle title, Holocaust 2.0. So it's like a sort of a Holocaust for the internet age, if you will, which is, if you like that sort of thing. Anyway, Owen Shyroyer says, I've got another great doctor here, Dr. Brian Ardis. He's sick and tired of doctors and lawyers saying that there is no Infectamin-approved use for COVID. Well, that's just a flat-out lie. He brings me the actual NIH website document, and the NIH is the National Institute of Health. Now, Infectamin is an anti-parasitical drug that is used for both humans and animals as a dewormer in animals and as an anti-parasitical drug in humans. And it's incredibly effective. It helps with parasites. It's used throughout the world and as in the past actually won the Nobel Prize for medicine. And it's because of the effectiveness of this drug. But it's an anti-parasitical. Now, some people have claimed that it actually shows some benefits for COVID. We'll come on to that later. But Ardis is one of these people that thinks that it is effective, and it's being withheld from the public, presumably as part of this depopulation agenda. Although at this particular time he hasn't quite formulated his theory. But he claims that the NIH document shows that Infectamin is FDA approved. Now, the common knowledge and what is sort of repeated through the media is that Infectamin has never been FDA approved, that it has not been shown to be effective in the treatment of COVID, and therefore the FDA have not approved it. But Brian Ardis disputes this, and he's brought the receipts. He shows, and Shyroyer shows it on the screen, a document that says, Table 2E, characteristics of antiviral agents that are approved or under evaluation for the treatment of COVID-19. And if you go into this document and go on to the page that he references, Remdesivir is there as listed, and further down the form, Infectamin is listed on this form. Ardis basically says, and Owen Shyroyer agrees with him, that this proves it. This proves that it's FDA approved and that the public has been lied to. He then starts talking about his concerns about Remdesivir, which is the common sort of medicine that is used for COVID. It's used when people are in the hospital, essentially. It's one of these things that it's like, if you're on Remdesivir, you're in a really bad way. It's often sort of at the point where you might need to go onto a ventilator or something like that they will use this particular drug. But Ardis is concerned that it's deadly. And he cites this particular study. It is actually about Ebola, but basically he says that the study shows that when Remdesivir was used to treat these people, and this study was conducted in Africa, that the Remdesivir killed 54% of all Africans that it was given to. And that's the phrase that he uses. This is 54% of all Africans who took Remdesivir died. And therefore he shows that this is not a safe drug to be used. He also mentions a study by Gilead. Now, Gilead is the manufacturer of Remdesivir. And you know what annoys me about this? I'll just get this straight off my chest. Not one of these people has mentioned the connection to The Handmaid's Tale. Gilead is the name of the dystopic city, the future sort of existence in The Handmaid's Tale. Nobody's made that connection. Why not? That's a perfectly good connection. That's freaky and woo and makes you go, oh, shit. So, and for some reason, nobody's actually mentioned that. But I will continue to mention it because I noticed it. So anyway, he says that in this Gilead study, 23% of them experienced organ failure, acute kidney failure, hypertension, and septic shock. So nearly a quarter of the people that took this drug, they had very, very serious health problems. He then goes on to say that another 8% of the people in this study had to be taken off the drug before day 10 because they experienced such acute kidney failure and liver failure that they were actually going to die. He backs this up further by basically saying that there was a French study on Remdesivir of 5 people, and 4 were taken off the drug early. 2 of them had liver problems, and 2 of them needed kidney transplants. And this is a real report as well. It's called the Case Report Study of the first 5 COVID-19 patients treated with Remdesivir in France. And 2 of the 5 actually died. So again, Ardis claims that this is clearly indicative that Remdesivir is dangerous. He then also mentions a World Health Organization study. This is called Remdesivir and Acute Renal Failure, a Potential Safety Signal from Disproportionate Analysis of the WHO database. He basically says that acute renal failure with remdesivir is 20-fold that of all comparative drugs. So basically, I'm not entirely sure which drugs he's comparing them to, but he's just, again, really strongly showing that his belief is that remdesivir is shown to be detrimental to health, and he seems to have the receipts to back this up. He says that how remdesivir works, it shuts down the kidneys, and after it shuts down your kidneys, your lungs fill with urine.
Wow.
No, it's very serious, Jack. And these urine-filled lungs are basically the sort of pneumonia that you're seeing. He says that there's two things. It's not pneumonia. Either it's the kidneys shutting down and filling the lungs with piss, or it's that the x-rays aren't actually showing pneumonia. They're showing what's called a pulmonary edema.
I think any of the urine therapy people are having a bit of a breakdown right now.
Yeah, potentially.
That should be curing COVID.
It should be, shouldn't it, actually? Direct to the lungs. Yeah. That's a good point. I've not really thought about it like that, but yes.
Anyway.
Can we just say, we don't advise anybody filling their lungs with piss, whether you have COVID or not. I mean, obviously it's a free world, and I'm not going to tell you how to live your life.
Unless it's consensual.
Yeah. But, I mean, we wouldn't recommend it. So, this is the thing. COVID is essentially either urine or some sort of pulmonary edema. And a pulmonary edema, my understanding of it, is that it's basically like an internal bleed. So it's kind of like this blood has come out of where it's supposed to be, and it's floating around in bits that it's not supposed to be in, essentially. And then he goes on and he comes out with a really, really terrifying statistic. He says that 95 to 99% of all COVID deaths in America occur in ICUs. And ICU is obviously the emergency department. And so what he's suggesting here is that they're somehow responsible for this. This is showing that people don't die from COVID unless you get into a hospital setting. And he's further implying that it's the hospital itself that is killing you, not the disease. That it's far too much of a coincidence that the majority of people die in that place to be ignored. And then he also basically he reiterates a claim that has been sort of around for a while, that basically it's also financially beneficial for doctors and for hospitals to say either that that a patient has COVID or that a patient has died from COVID, because somehow they get some sort of money for that. What he says is all they have to do is write down this is a COVID patient, and then basically somebody sends them a check. And this is a very lucrative way for these hospitals to do two things. One, they make a profit, and two, they hype up this idea, this false impression that there is actually a virulent pandemic that's killing people. The second time that Brian Ardis came into sort of the public consciousness was he was on a panel with a senator called Doug Mastriano. Doug Mastriano is a Republican senator. He's currently he's currently vying for I don't know whether it's a seat or how he's doing an election thing at the minute, and he's a bit of a strange character. He's very, very much a proponent of QAnon, and he was actually videotaped at the January 6th insurrection. Let's just call it what it is. It's an insurrection. And he was filmed there with his wife, but he claims that the second that he saw that it was turning violent, he basically got out of there, which may well be true, don't know. But he was actually one of the people that arranged the buses to take people there to see the speeches. So how much he was involved, we really don't know. Rather embarrassingly, recently he was photographed wearing a Confederate soldier's uniform. Well, actually, the photograph is from something like 2014, but it recently came out, and he's on one of these sort of war reenactment type things, and he's dressed as a Confederate soldier. He's got this sort of grey uniform, and it's one of those things where it's kind of a bit frowned upon that because of the sort of connotations with slavery and stuff like that. But again, each to his own. Anyway, this panel had Peter McCullogh, who's been on Joe Rogan. He's a heart doctor that has made some strange claims about COVID. Brian Ardis, who's the main sort of topic of today. Stephen Kirsch, who's another COVID denialist. And Thomas Renz, who is a lawyer that basically is helping all of these people. Now, he's introduced by Doug Mastriano as this is Dr. Brian Ardis, who has treated more than 10,000 patients, which sounds very, very impressive. And he basically says, Remdesivir will result in 30% death of everyone who receives that drug in a hospital for 5 to 10 days. And he backs this up. He says that I got Thomas Renz to pull the CMS data. For the state of New York, I just decided to run it for New York. I wanted to know, of Medicare-aged patients, what's the percentage of deaths of those who received Remdesivir for its 5-day protocol? And he discovered that 26.9% of them died. So what he's doing is CMS data is basically data pertaining to the medical stats surrounding COVID and how people have fared. And so what he said is he's got this lawyer to look at Medicare-aged patients that were put on Remdesivir, and he's found that of the ones that were there from at least 5 to 10 days, 26% of them died. And again, he's basically saying that this shows that Remdesivir is dangerous. And you do know, right, that Remdesivir of October 2020 was found by the Cardiovascular Toxicology Journal that it actually causes death of heart cells and is cardiotoxic. He's got the date wrong. I found the paper that he was talking about. This paper is called Potential Cardiotoxic Effects of Remdesivir on Cardiovascular Systems. And I found it in a literature review in 2021. So it may have actually come out or been a preprint in October 2020. But this is the paper that he's talking about. And they do talk about potential cardiotoxic problems. Cardiotoxic means toxic to the heart or heart cells. It's going to cause you problems potentially. It says that every time we start treating this novel respiratory virus, it goes from the lungs into the kidneys. We have never seen a respiratory virus attacking kidneys ever before. It causes such acute, severe kidney failure that we aren't just short on ventilators, we don't have enough dialysis machines. And I knew right away from the Gilead study that the entire kidney failure, multiple organ failure, was a result of Remdesivir and had absolutely nothing to do with the virus. And so he's mentioning the Gilead study. Gilead, if you remember, the people that made the drug. And he says that the Gilead trial said, giving Remdesivir for 10 days to 53 COVID-19 patients before May 2020, they found that it caused multiple organ failure, acute kidney failure, septic shock, and hypertension in 31% of all people that they gave it to. And so, again, that's him on the panel explaining his aversion to Remdesivir. But that was really just sort of a precursor. Like he was still sort of trying to get his theory together. And that's when he met Stu Peters. Now, the first time that we heard about this, Watch the Water documentary, was that Stu Peters was mentioning that he'd put out on Telegram a post saying that people should be concerned about the water and not to drink it, and also how certain people's lives might be in danger. At this point, he introduces Dr. Ardis, and Dr. Ardis basically says that that's him. His life is in danger. What he's about to tell the general public is so sort of mold-breaking and life-changing that he absolutely believes that he's going to be assassinated. And as I said, this is why he went to see Stu Peters, not to make a documentary, but in order to hire Stu Peters as a bodyguard, because Stu Peters used to be a bounty hunter, and so he feels that he might be good for that sort of thing. So Dr. Ardis says, after implying that he's heavily, heavily in danger, he says, when I read Anthony Fauci's memo on Remdesivir. When I clicked the link to the studies saying that Remdesivir was safe and effective, I knew right away that he was lying. I knew that this drug was going to be used to mass murder a whole bunch of people in America who didn't need to die. And he would sell the idea that they were dying of a virus when I knew that they were being poisoned by this drug. And he flashes up on screen the NIH October 20th, 2020. It says, final report confirms Remdesivir benefits for COVID-19. And then he flashes up another study. He basically shows a study claiming that acute kidney failure is involved in the use of Remdesivir. He says, reiterating his previous claim, I knew 30% of people would experience multiple organ failure, kidney failure, septic shock, and hypertension. That's what these studies said. And he shows some text on the screen. It says a total of 673 patients were included in the primary analysis. At 28 days, death had occurred in 290 patients, 43.1% overall, in 18.8% of patients with a low viral load, and 53.1% died. And that sounds terrifying. And he just flashes this up on the screen, and he reiterates that Remdesivir is toxic. He basically starts to tear up a bit and get very, very emotional as he warns that the FDA has authorized Remdesivir as the only drugs for newborns in this country. And so what he's concerned about is that he feels that there's going to be a mass culling of babies, that essentially babies are going to be sent to hospital with supposed COVID, at which point the medicine, Remdesivir, will kill them. And he's genuinely concerned about that.
It was a very powerful moment in that film, wasn't it?
Absolutely. He certainly got me on side. I looked at him and thought, this guy's genuine. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how anyone could look at that person and infer that maybe he might be trying to manipulate your emotions or something like that. To me, he came across as very genuine. Anyway, he basically says that they stopped monoclonial antibody treatments so that you have to get Remdesivir. So this is, again, basically indicative that they're pushing you towards this one medicine. And as he says, that the medicine is actually dangerous. He then basically says that in order to formulate his theory, it all sort of came about when he got a text. And he got a text from somebody, he doesn't reveal who it is at this point, but this text says, hey, Dr. Ardis. So they're obviously close. Hey, Dr. Ardis, if you got bit by a rattlesnake, would you go to the hospital and get anti-venom? And this starts Dr. Ardis's, inner cogs working. What struck me was that there was a slim possibility that this friend was genuinely asking for advice. And he just, rather than give him that advice, he made a documentary. And I could imagine his friend phoning him up the next day going, for Christ's sake, should I go to the hospital or not? What do you mean you're making a documentary? Well, that's no help. It turned out that wasn't the case. But it might have been. It might have been. But anyway, this gets his sort of, his inner workings ticking. Although that he absolutely admits this. He says, I've been on Infowars before and I mistakenly slagged off monoclonial antibodies because I don't know why he did, but he said that they were poisonous before. Now he's come to the realization that monoclonal antibodies are not poisonous. Actually, because they're discontinued, they obviously must be good. And he quotes Steve Kirsch, and he says, if the CDC says to do something, you do the opposite. If the NIH says to do something, you do the opposite. And if the FDA says to do something, you do the opposite. Which would slightly undermine his previous argument that Infectamin was FDA approved, because the second that it becomes FDA approved, that means that you shouldn't really use it, according to his logic. But let's not get bogged down with facts or logic. He says that anti-venom is actually monoclonial antibodies. So monoclonal antibodies is what he's saying is that they're anti-venom, that they are the same substance. And he says, are the CDC recommending monoclonal antibodies for COVID-19? No, they're not. In January 2022, they totally stripped that out. And they also said not to use hydroxychloroquine or Infectamin. because they work. So what he's saying is that all the treatments that work are the ones that the FDA are saying don't use. And for some reason, he's got it into his head that monoclonial antibodies are anti-venom. And he says that the reason they basically stopped using this treatment is because they want people to die. They just want people to die. And he postulates, is COVID a venom? Is COVID a venom? And so this is why they didn't want people using monoclonial antibodies. And so this is where his theory is coming from. So he's suggesting that somehow COVID is a venom. Now, one of the things that he says is that he started to look at the symptoms of COVID and the symptoms of snake envenomation, being bitten by a snake. And to his intense shock, they were identical, pretty much identical. And him and Stu Peters talk about this. And Stu Peters said, well, it sounded crazy, but when you actually showed me the symptoms side by side, I have to admit that it's absolutely identical. Brian Ardis then comes out with somewhat of a strange sentence. He says, fact-checking is the opposite of fact-checking. Now, it's not, is it? It's the same. You can tell because it's spelt the same. But he's not being literal. He's speaking figuratively. Okay, what he's saying is that fact-checking is worthless because essentially it's a lie.
This really sets the tone for the mind frame of this entire conversation, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything that he doesn't say. Like, if it sounds silly, then bring that up with Dr. Ardis. It's nothing to do with me.
Doesn't he actually, like, the precise words he says is by definition?
He may well, but
by definition, fact-checking is obfuscating the truth.
I think he does say that as well, which, again, that's not strictly accurate, is it? Like, I mean, in fact, in many ways, it's completely wrong. But again, let's go with it because he's speaking figuratively. What he's basically saying, that there's a coordinated world media event, and these fact checkers, he says, are being used to label dissent as disinformation. And so this is a worldwide thing. Like, okay, the disease is fake or is not what it seems, and anybody that's actually spotted this or has spotted an effective way to stop all the death is being hampered by these so-called fact checkers, which again must be in sort of cahoots across the entire planet because they're giving a consensus. They're giving what is deemed a scientific consensus, and he's basically saying that the scientific consensus is completely wrong. Anyway, to back this up, he says, was there ever any mention that the source of COVID could actually be a snake, by which it's become established now that basically, the strongest theory is that it's something to do with bats, that bats or pangolins were what is called a reservoir for this disease. It's a zoonotic disease. So essentially what the theory is that it's passed from animals into humans. It's sort of mutated. I don't know if that's the correct phrase, but it has altered itself in such a way that it can now pass from animals to humans. And when they've been looking at what the word is reservoir for this virus, he says that actually, in the beginning, there was a lot of evidence that it came from snakes, but then the fact checkers denied this. And there is a paper, basically, it's called Cross-Species Transmission of the Newly Identified Coronavirus 2019, and it's from January the 22nd in 2020. And in that, Brian Ardis says that basically it shows that COVID contains proteins from a many-banded crate and a Chinese cobra. Now, that's not quite true. What the paper says is it says that there's massive similarities. There's something that, again, I won't pretend to understand. There's something called codons, which seem to be sort of like genetic footprints of animals. And if you look at the codons of COVID, and forgive me if I'm getting the terminology wrong, but the long and short is that there's certain genetic fingerprints, like indications that certain animals are there. And what this paper showed was that the strongest ones that they found were in Chinese cobras and many banded crates. And so the suggestion was that was actually the source of the disease. And he also cites a study from France saying that receptors in the brain are bound most highly to the krait and cobra venom, and that the spike protein in SARS-CoV-2 is identical to Chinese krait and king cobra venom. And this is called a decoy receptor approach using nicotinic acetylchlorine receptor mimics reveal their potential as novel therapeutics against neurotoxic snakebite. And this is from 2019, so it's not actually anything to do with COVID. It's about sort of how they work. And then he shows a paper called Toxic-like peptides in plasma, urine, and fecal samples from COVID-19 patients in 2021, which does say that there are toxin-like peptides almost identical to toxic components of venom from animals. And he mentions the similarity in peptide response. Peptides are parts of venom, and basically what they do is they get your body to respond. Some of these peptides already exist inside you. Again, I'm flying a bit blind here because this isn't my area of expertise, so forgive me if I get stuff wrong, but essentially it's stuff that makes your body respond in a certain way, and some of that is sort of found naturally in the body, so some of this is sort of like an active ingredient in the venom that basically causes it to do all the bad shit that you don't want to happen to you. Yeah, so basically what he's saying is that initially there was a lot of evidence that it came from snakes, and then for whatever reason, all the fact checkers, in inverted commas, said, no, this is wrong, we don't believe this to be the source anymore. But he thinks that that's just part of the cover-up. And then he talks about a doctor in Pittsburgh called Dr. Bing Lau. And this is a bit of a sad story, really. Like, this guy was actually investigating the sort of cellular mechanisms of SARS-CoV-2 COVID. And he was trying to figure out more about its genetic structure. Apparently, he was very near to making a big breakthrough in the case. And unfortunately, he was murdered. He was murdered in his house. And what they're saying is that basically they think that he'd found something that indicated something dodgy about COVID, potentially tying it back to the snake venom. That's why they say that he was murdered. They don't go into it any more than that, but this is what they say. And again, it's all painting a bit of a sinister picture of this. You know, he's got papers to back up what he's saying. It looks like there's been a murder potentially. It all to him indicates again that there's something sinister going on and that it's also being covered up. He then cites a January 2020 study which is on gene mapping in cobra venoms. This is nothing to do with COVID. This is just another paper that he's found that is about snake venom, particularly cobra venom, because he's starting to come to the realization that he thinks it's cobra venom. That's what's causing all the symptoms in COVID. It's not a disease, not a virus, it's venom, specifically cobra venom, that has somehow been given to the population. And he'll get onto it in a minute. But he says that in this one study, they found that there were 19 toxic venom proteins that they isolated that specifically target organs in your body. 19, cobra venom, COVID-19. It's all, again, it's a bit too much of a coincidence. Yeah. It's even more suspicious than that, Brent, because this study was sponsored by a company called Genentech, and they're a subsidiary of a much larger big pharma company called Roche. And so he wanted to find out if Gilead, who made Remdesivir, had any connection to Genentech, who you must remember did this study on cobra venom. And he says that Gilead bought 2 facilities that deal with biological studies from Genentech in 2011. And then they bought 55 execs into Gilead, and this happened to coincide with the start of the cobra study. And Ardis seems to think that this is too much of a coincidence to dismiss, and that this is indication that the cobra venom that was being studied by Genentech was then given to Gilead, who put it in Remdesivir and are using it to mass genocide people. And he says that the reason that hydroxychloroquine was so successful in treating COVID was that because it blocks the nicotine receptors of the brain and it stops them from being injured by cobra venom or viper venom. Apparently, this is what he says. He says that so one could infer from this potentially that being a heavy smoker might actually stop you from feeling the terrible effects of cobra venom. I don't know if anybody's tried that. And let me just say, we're not suggesting that you do try it. And like, how could you? How could you smoke if your lungs are full of piss? Like, but don't, hey, just don't. He also points out that remdesivir is whitish yellow, and it is. It's got a sort of whitish yellow hue, and yeah, Brent, you're ahead of me. I can see. He's noticed that this is exactly the same as cobra venom. Or snake venom in general. Snake venom in general tends to be sort of milky white with potentially sort of hints of yellow in it. And again, this is all building quite a picture. He also points out that the protocol for injecting remdesivir in humans is identical to the protocol for injecting horses with venom, which he says is how we get monoclonial antibodies. What happens when you make anti-venom is they inject a horse. Because basically a horse has got a sort of stronger constitution, a bigger circulatory system, stuff like that. They can sometimes survive. Sometimes they don't. But basically what you do is you inject them with snake venom. They respond to it. They produce antibodies, which fight that venom. And then you extract those antibodies and that becomes anti-venom. So this is how we get all the antivenom that's used on humans is actually horses have been either sacrificed or it's not a fun time for the horses. It's one of these sort of weighing up things because antivenom is vital. Like many people die from snake bites every day, but it's not particularly. It is very very archaic, and we just really could do with starting to look at new techniques. But we'll come back to that. But he says that when you're on remdesivir, the patients, they have to be very, very closely monitored to make sure that their blood isn't thinning. And he's noted again that one of the sort of effects of snake venom is that it's an anticoagulant, and it's horrible stuff. Like you can find this on the internet. You can find people just injecting, like dropping a tiny drop of snake venom into blood in a cup, and it's bizarre. It turns into like jelly. It won't properly clot. There's various different effects, actually. One can make it go sort of start to clump up and cause blockages. Other types of venom can cause it to basically just like dissolve and start internal bleeding everywhere. But yeah, it's really, really nasty stuff. Depending on the type of snake and the amount of venom that you get, you can be dead within 15 minutes. Like there are also other types of venom that basically last hours, and it's just incredibly painful. And there's pretty much not a lot you can do for your situation. But again, we'll come on to bits of that in a bit. Then to sort of bolster his case, which is looking stronger all the time, Ardis cites a study from the University of Arizona, and he shows the headline, "Like venom coursing through the body, researchers identify the mechanism driving COVID-19 mortality." And he says that basically it boils down to an enzyme that is also found in rattlesnake venom. And this enzyme is called sPLAZ11A. And it's an enzyme that is found in a particular type of rattlesnake venom. And what they've noticed is that in people who are in a real problem with COVID, there are levels of this enzyme in them that have never been seen before. They're hugely elevated levels of this sPLAZ11A. And what this enzyme does is it basically starts to attack organs. It's what would be called a cytokine response, and it basically instructs your immune system to start attacking its own organs, and essentially they basically start to liquefy, and like cells start basically being destroyed by your own immune system. And again, he basically points out that is this a coincidence? He thinks it's venom. He's looked at the reservoir as being potentially snakes. He's looked at the effects compared to COVID, the colour of it. He's noticed the high death rates of people that end up in the hospital being treated by these things. It's all coming together for him. And he says that they've also known that since 2005 that injecting a mouse with cobra venom causes a cytokine storm in the lungs, which is what we just spoke about, where basically your lungs start to attack yourself. It's like an immune response where it goes too far. It's kind of like burning the house down to get rid of a spider. Like, technically it works, but the results are potentially not what you're after. And he shows this study, histopathological alterations induced by naja crude venom on renal, pulmonary, and intestinal tissues of mice from 2015. And basically, it does show that if you inject these mice with venom, then this is what the venom does to them. It induces what's called a nicotine response. And again, in these mice, it eventually just liquefies their organs. But this is his big sort of reveal. He says, I'm convinced that COVID-19 is not a respiratory virus of any kind. It's actually venom poison. They're using, I believe, synthesized peptides and proteins from venoms of snakes, and they're administering them and targeting them to certain people. Those 19 venoms from that study, they target organs, all sorts of organ failures. So all sorts of organ failure deaths will go under the radar and will be listed as COVID. It's the perfect bioweapon. This is what he says. He then basically says that this is the most evil thing that he's ever encountered in his entire life. At this point, he basically says that in Christianity, the serpent is a symbol for evil. And this ties in with the venom, and he makes the point, can you think of anything more evil than envenomating the entire world? No, that's pretty evil.
No, it's pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah, that is up there, certainly. But at this point, basically, he's also indicating that the vaccines are also venom. So at this point, COVID is venom, Remdesivir is venom, and the vaccines are venom. So everything's venom. And this is what's causing the problem. And so this three-pronged approach is how they've managed to convince the world, along with the fact checkers and the science world, that basically there's not a pandemic, people are being envenomated.
It's kind of interesting that they haven't really put like the black goo in there yet to do with Marvel venom and.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because he then goes on to point out that the vaccines also have magnetic material in them. So he kind of does. This is the idea that, I can't even remember what they think, graphene oxide. There's a theory that basically there's graphene oxide and or nanoparticles in the vaccines, and that these are making people magnetic. Sounds silly, but, when they turn that massive magnet on over the top of the city and you all go flying up and like the rapture, don't come crying to me. You've been warned.
The rapture.
Yeah.
I'd never heard that. That's amazing.
It all ties in. It all ties in. He then basically goes on to say that Operation Mockingbird is a thing. And Operation Mockingbird is a thing. It's definitely a thing. I've spoken to a professor of things, and they confirm for me that this thing is a thing. Operation Mockingbird, it is actually a genuine thing. It's a CIA misinformation and disinformation campaign. For want of a better explanation, it's the CIA essentially approached journalists, and they have a lot of journalists on their books who will write stories that are beneficial for the government or for foreign policy or for whatever it is that they wish to promote at that time. This is a genuine thing that's been exposed in the past. Like there's loads of quotes about it, stuff like, we own, the CIA saying, we own everybody of significance in media publications, or we don't have to worry about journalists in this particular publication because we own people at a board level, stuff like that. So this does exist. It's a thing to basically promote certain propaganda through the American media. But what he says is that there was a show from 2016, a television show called Blacklist, that has got James Spader in it. And there's an episode, it's episode 15 from series 4. So they've got quite a few series. I'd never heard of this, but apparently it's ran for at least 4 seasons. And in this show, someone is poisoned with a drink, and it turns out that this poison was made by this character who sort of makes potions by mixing like various snake venoms together. He's kind of like almost like a sort of Bond villain type, and what he's done is he's created this poison out of snake venoms, and he's put it in this guy's drink, and they've got to figure out what it is that's killing him, and etc., etc. And also in this show, at one point, there's a snake in it, which is obviously significant, and a character says, "Corona of death." Oh, in it. Now, corona, obviously, the coronavirus, COVID, this is all forward-shadowing, indicating what the Illuminati would be doing years down the line with snake venom. And in the actual show as well, it transpires that the snake that they get the venom from is a crate. Now, if you remember the initial stories, it was banded crates and cobras that were potentially the reservoir. So, and there is a shot of a cobra in it. So, although I'm being a bit bitchy, basically there are certain connections within it. Ardis says, this is proof, this television show, remember, this is proof that it was planned all along. Peptides from crate venom in his drink. And then that was what led me to realise how they'd been spreading this. And then he shows a COVID test, and LFT. If you run them under a tap, they sometimes give a positive reading. And what he's saying is that basically this shows that there is COVID in the water. He then points out that, isn't it weird that the CDC does wastewater testing for COVID? He says that basically they'll go to an area, they'll test the wastewater, and if they see a rise in levels of COVID in the wastewater, they can predict that there's going to be a rise in levels of COVID in the community. And he looks at Stu Peters, and Stu Peters has this epiphany that, but that's backwards, isn't it? How can they use COVID in the wastewater in order to indicate that COVID's going to happen and there's going to be a rise of COVID cases? And Ardis doubles down on this, and he says it's worse than that. If it's in the wastewater, it's already passed through you, which means that you won't have symptoms because the disease isn't in you anymore. Yeah. Then he starts to elaborate. He says that, have you ever noticed that when people suck venom out, they lose taste and smell? Now, this is a trope, right? Okay, you've seen it in loads of things. You know, someone gets bit by a snake, and you have to suck the venom out. You know, and he says that on occasions when this has happened, and he makes references to two cases, basically the people experience either a change of taste or a complete loss of taste and smell. And that, he notes, is also a symptom of COVID, which again is not further sort of clue that actually this is venom, not some sort of novel virus. He says they're using the water systems to target specific demographics. They're absolutely confident that the peptides they have chosen for COVID circulated throughout the earth and throughout the populace, and the vaccines and the mRNA specifically target organs like your spleen, your pancreas, your brain, your lung tissue, liver tissue, and heart tissue. That's not specific, is it? That's almost every organ in the body. But again, let's not get bogged down in that, right?
Yeah.
He says, so the point is it's to target the sick, but then he also makes the point that the water companies aren't in on this. But this is his theory. The venom is in the water. They're delivering the venom to you through the water. So you're drinking the venom, you're becoming ill, people assume that it's COVID, and this is the way that they perpetuate this fraud on everybody. But the water companies aren't in on this. He reiterates this. He says, COVID is crate venom and cobra venom. You drink it, it gets into your brainstem, it paralyzes your diaphragm, making you unable to breathe. And by diaphragm, he means the muscle under your chest. He doesn't mean the prophylactic. So just in case anyone was confused by that. Then he sort of harks back to this nicotine thing. He says that smokers aren't affected by COVID. He says that this has been shown, particularly in Italy early on, that if you're a heavy smoker, you don't get COVID. And this is because of the nicotine receptors. The nicotine literally sort of coats these receptors in the brain, stops the snake venom from actually affecting you. And he says that nicotine protects you from COVID-19 because, again, it stops the venoms connecting with your brain, which stops them paralyzing your diaphragm, which means that you can't breathe. Which, again, does that mean that heavy smokers would be immune to snake bites? No idea. And again, he cites a nicotinic hypothesis for COVID-19 with preventative and therapeutic implications from June 2020. And active smoking is not associated with severity of COVID-19 from March 2020. And these are two scientific papers. But then he basically just doubles down on this, and he says that basically, if by the time that this has affected you, they'll stick you on a ventilator, and by that point you're done, because they'll just kill you with morphine and fentanyl, because morphine and fentanyl also mimics venom. Apparently, everything mimics venom. So that's what he's saying in his theory. He then points out that virus in Latin means venom. This is the text. It says the English word virus is based on a Latin word for poisonous secretion, and early on it kept to the original meaning of venom, either the literal or the figurative kind. And I've no idea. That's all it shows up on the screen. I've looked at that article. I can't make head and tail of it, if I'm brutally honest. He points out that corona in Latin is a gold-coloured stripe around the lower edge of a clerical headdress, as of a mitre. Now, a mitre is a hat, and he Googles it and he finds the Pope. Basically, the Pope wears a mitre, and the corona is the gold fringe that's sort of around the brim of it. And what he takes from this, his translation, is that coronavirus could actually mean. A translation that he comes from it could read the Pope's venom pandemic. So coronavirus pandemic could mean the Pope's virus pandemic. So corona means the Pope, virus is venom, pandemic is pandemic. But there's also a further, there's a further reading to this. See, corona could mean crown, which means king. And then Stu Peters points out King Cobra. No, be fair. Yeah. So it could mean either Pope's venom pandemic or King Cobra venom pandemic in Latin, which is just totally giving the game away, isn't it? I mean, like, whoever's planned this is that by their hubris will they fall? Like, then this is the ultimate plot. He says that what this is about, it's not really about killing people, although that is what they are doing by putting venom in the water so that you drink it and then it's disguised as a respiratory virus. He says it's all about getting evil serpent DNA in your body. He says this is more of a religious war on the entire world. I've been adamant about that, actually. The message of Christ forever was that he was the master healer, and faith precedes all miracles, not vaccines. And Stu Peters points out that he made a blind man see, and he touched a leper. Now, when he says he touched a leper, it's not like, touched a woman on the bus. Like, he cured this leper. Like, he's not phrased it terribly well there, but that's what he means. Like, he's not inferring that, years after his death, there'll be some sort of Jimmy Savile type revelations about Jesus and his predilection for young lepers. No, it's nothing like that. But Ardis says, well, so if we believe in God and Jesus was the master healer, why are we putting all our faith in drugs and medicine? Why is a man of cloth putting faith in science and a drug more than he's telling people to pray to God? So
my favorite bit.
He seems to be saying that we shouldn't really do medicine at all, that we should sort of try and pray the illness away. Again, have at it if you think that's we're not recommending that, right? So no filling your lungs with piss, no smoking to wicked excess, right? Okay, and no trying to pray away diseases, right? Okay, we have to be absolutely clear on those 3 points, I'm afraid.
Does this Stu Peters saying that? Sorry.
No, this is Ardis saying it.
About pray to God, yeah?
Yeah, pray to God. Don't go see a doctor, even though he's a doctor.
Yeah, chiropractor. If you got a bad back, just pray for it. Don't come to see me.
Don't go on Ardis's site and buy any of the products that he sells, right? Just have a jolly good pray. But he backs it up. He says, God's greatest creation is you, and you are made up of DNA, strands of genetics that are unique to you. If I was going to do something incredibly evil, how ironic would it be that the Catholic Church would use the symbol of an animal that represents evil in all religion? You take that serpent and you figure out how to isolate genes, and you get those genes from a serpent to inject itself into your God-given DNA. I think that's the plan, to get the serpents, the evil ones' DNA into your DNA. And he says that they're using mRNA extracted from king cobra venom, and they want to get that inside of you to make you a hybrid of Satan.
Yes. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, he claims that all the mRNA in the mRNA vaccines has been taken from king cobras. And he basically cites this paper called Moderna co-founders using mRNA tech to treat venomous snake bites. So yeah, that was Watch the Water. It's a very controversial documentary. It posits that COVID is actually venom in the water. The water companies aren't in on it. Remdesivir is also venom. The vaccines are also venom. They're derived from cobra venom, and it's a plot to either kill you or to inject your DNA with Satan's DNA, which apparently comes from snakes. So yeah, that's his theory.
This is Dr. Graham Botley, a viral immunologist. Although our hosts may be charming, please be aware that they are not medical experts. Please refer to your local health authorities for medical information and follow the guidelines recommended by the World Health Organization. If you have any further questions, you can contact me on Twitter @incytometry. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Wow.
I mean, it's a theory, isn't it? But strangely, the very next day, he went on a show called The Steel Truth, which is a QAnon-style show. And he appears to be not too happy with Stu Peters. As I say, this is literally the day after. This is what I was hoping would happen, is that people would take what I was relating and they would go and do their own research. He basically says that he doesn't have everything, but he feels that Stu Peters in many ways has misrepresented him, which is okay. But he says he talks about the sPLAZ enzyme in relation to the elevated amounts found in COVID patients. You remember, it's similar to the one that's found in rattlesnake venom, and basically this is found in elevated levels in COVID patients. And he says that someone called either Kelly or Kerry Kingston, who I don't know who it is, and I've been trying to find out, but I can't find out who it is. Like, I initially thought he said Kerry King, who's a guitar player from Slayer, but it's not that at all. So apparently they texted him and said, "Oh my God, I'm going through the patents for the COVID vaccines, and they all have that enzyme in them." So what she's saying is she's going through the ingredients lists of all of the vaccines that are available on the market, supposedly to treat COVID, and they've got this enzyme in them, this sPLAZ11A enzyme that is found in rattlesnake venom, is found in all of the vaccines, according to this Kingston person. And that, again, is further evidence that shows that this is actually venom, either rattlesnake or crate or cobra. It's not entirely clear which, and they all do different things, but let's not get bogged down with, minutiae. So he says that patents for adenovirus vaccines also have venom in them during the manufacture, and it's very, very common that venom is used in the manufacture of vaccines, and so this is how they've been able to slip it in to the COVID vaccines. He also says that someone called James Runrig, or I don't know, someone from AMP Media, who again I don't know who this person is, but he texts him and says, "Hey Dr. Ardis," so again they're obviously close. "Hey Dr. Ardis, people from around the world want to know why COVID doesn't affect children as much as adults." And the three of them have a bit of a chat about this, and he basically says that research shows that melatonin is a proven inhibitor of snake venom, and children have higher levels of melatonin than adults do. So what he's suggesting is that basically the melatonin that would, I suppose, in theory, protect and immunize, if you like, children from snake bites, also basically stops them from getting COVID, because basically COVID is snake venom. Now, what melatonin is it's a hormone. I may be wrong. It's something in you that basically induces sleep, and there are higher levels of it in children than there are in adults. This is why basically when you get to be old, you start waking up at 4 a.m. and potting around all the time. Whereas when you're a child, like, particularly as a baby, you'll sleep and sleep and sleep. It's just one of those things. And so that's their theory, that this venom thing ties in, because it shows that there's an explanation as to why children aren't getting it. Ardis then reveals that you remember the text that he got with his mate, desperate to know whether he should go to the hospital or not. That was from a chap called Dr. Richard Bartlett. He's not a COVID denialist, but he's a doctor that claims that he has got what's called a silver bullet. He basically claims that Budesonide, which is an asthma treatment, he thinks that this is a cure-all for COVID. He thinks that it completely works across the board and that it's a crime that this isn't being sort of more widely used. And essentially, we don't need to worry about COVID because this is a cure for it. And he also says that it reduces hospitalizations by 90%. So why aren't we using this Budesonide? So that was the person that sort of sparked his theory that it was venom. So this thing about the water, he's a bit upset about it because he feels that that's not his main thing. He feels that it's been kind of misrepresented that he said it's in the water, despite the fact that he repeatedly said that it's in the water. He claims that he didn't really mean that it was in the water, but it is in the water. Okay, that might sound confusing, but it'll all become clear. Anyway, he says, can you prove that this bioweapon is in the water? I need to address this real quickly because Dr. Richard Bartlett called me and said, Dr. Ardis, because they're obviously close, you need to handle this water thing. Ardis, he then basically says, I didn't go see Stu Peters about the venom thing. I went there to hire him as a bodyguard. And then when basically we did this documentary, and every time he put a trailer out, I got in touch with him and said, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. I don't want people to focus on the fact that it's in the water. I mean, he asked me how I thought it was distributed, and I said, I think it's distributed in the water. But he took that and he blew it up as the big story. I called him immediately every time he released the teaser trailer, calling it Watch the Water. That wasn't my story. My story was never to create fear, panic, and anxiety about the water. I just happened to tell him that I believe that they're doing it in the water. So he then goes on to say, by the way, I still believe that it's in the water. But for all future interviews, please stop asking me how I know it's in the water. It is in the water. It's in the water. You want to know how I know it's in the water? Because the CDC has 400 sites right now where they are PCR testing your city water, looking for it. It is obviously in the water. But he doesn't want you to panic and think that it's in the water, but it is in the water. He says, actually, they've increased this to 647 sites. So stop asking me how I know it's there. They know it's there. That's what they're looking for. And, so, again, he wishes to reiterate that basically the CDC are looking for it in wastewater, which proves that it's there, which proves that it's in the water, which proves that he's right. But someone actually disagrees with him, though. Actually, someone on the show says, or texting or whatever, and says that this is the biggest conspiracy theory yet. There's no way to put anything in the water supply of all the utilities all around the world. I worked in the largest US water company for 36 years. In order to contaminate the city water, the snake oil would need to be injected in many places that are heavily guarded. This snake oil would also have to be continuously injected since the water moves out of the system every few days, which is a fair point. And Ardis says, hey, these people may know more about the water supply than I do. I do not mind admitting at some point that I was wrong about my suspicion that it's in the water. I mean, it is in the water. I mean, they are PCR testing the water. You cannot say they aren't doing that. They are finding SARS-CoV-2 and they're making predictions for cities in this country about when the next outbreak is based on water levels of SARS-CoV-2. It is in the water. If they are finding SARS-CoV-2 in the water, and that's what they're doing, they just PCR test and make predictions about outcoming outbreaks in your city. If they're doing that, are they also filtering the water to get SARS-CoV-2 out of the water? I mean, if they're not, I don't know this. Someone should really find this out. Because if it's recirculating at high levels and they can predict that you're going to get sick, there will be an outbreak. You know, all these people are drinking the water and they're just filtering it and putting it back in your tap and your showers. So it's in the water, but he doesn't want you to panic or to really think that it's about the water. So he then says, but the story's not the water. The story is that they are envenomating people, either with water or a respiratory virus or through gain-of-function techniques where they added literally spike proteins of common crate snakes and cobra snakes. That is what we know. And people say it would be hard to spread it in the water, but, and this is where you go, oh yeah, all right, that's a bit smart. Don't you think it would be harder to spread venom through the air? Yeah.
Very fair point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Except for chemtrails.
Well, now we've opened a can of worms, a can of snakes.
Snakes on a plane.
Oh, there you go. Pre-programming. Like, Ardis then goes to repeat about 50 times that they are testing the water and that he's definitely in the water, whilst also repeating that he doesn't want people to focus on the water or be afraid of the water or ask him any questions about the water. So it's a bit like sort of like a backwards promo for Jaws, basically. Stay in the water, like, even though it's dangerous. Then they go on to basically say, there's this Senate candidate for Republicans in Illinois called Bobby Pitton, and he's got a false hip, and he's had coal bolts put on his hip. He's been resurfaced, and he says that ever since he's had that, he can't eat soy. Soy is toxic to him, and what they postulate is that maybe this cobra venom is interacting with soy and killing people somehow. They don't really elaborate on it, but that's their theory. They also talk about then fibers that have been found by coroners. This has mostly been put about by a bloke called John O'Looney. No, that's definitely his real name, and there are no coincidences, as we know. So what does that symbolise? Who could say? He's a coroner down south somewhere in England, and he's sort of got a bit of fame in the sort of telegram world because basically he says that he's finding stuff in dead bodies like that indicates something dodgy. I mean, he's a coroner, so how he knows this. One of the main sort of things that he's found is that these sort of, he says that there's sort of clots or abnormal structures that he's pulled out of people's veins, and he's shown pictures of these, and the suggestion is that they're sort of jumping on is that that this is a part of the vaccines. This is what's killing you. It's nothing to do with the disease or anything other than that. It's clearly something to do with the vaccines. That's what they've been saying. And then Ardis backs this up by saying, because the vaccines contain snake venom. He says that every aspect of COVID, the neurological, the coagulative impacts, all of the symptoms of COVID, that's all snake venom. And the host points out that, well, when I had COVID, I had a really hard time breathing. And, she points out that snake venom can make your lungs paralyzed. So she believes that is definitely a possibility. A few days later, Brian Ardis then goes on to a show with Mike Adams. Mike Adams is Natural News. He sometimes appears on Infowars. He's got short white hair. I'm sure people know him. He's sort of anti-everything. He's one of these people that just doesn't really have a big trust in science or the mainstream. So Brian Ardis is on there again, and this is called Brian Ardis Answers the Top Questions on His Venom Theory. And again, he wants to basically clear this up because, he feels that he's been somewhat misinterpreted. He says, I was worried that the information would be so monstrous that people would deflect immediately and not trust the information or even consider looking at it. But the overall response has been way more supportive than I imagined. 90% of responses have been, oh my God, that makes sense. And he says that he's not actually an expert on water supplies, and he wants experts to actually fill the gaps in his theory. And then he goes on to say that basically water has not been my story. That's just not the biggest part of the story. I mean, it is, but whatever. Like, I've been repeating, whatever this bioweapon is, it's not very good because it's got a 99.97% survival rate. And this is a trope that's flowed about, that the CDC apparently and various other institutions, one in Sweden, have said that COVID has actually got a 99.97 survival rate. And this is what he's just flashing up at this point. He then says, even if the water is the source, I never thought it was dangerous. I never thought it was horrific, demonizing it, saying, look at the water. Now, it's curious that he says that he didn't want to demonize it, because he did literally say that it would imbue your DNA with Satan's DNA. So I don't know how you could more demonize a subject, but unless he's painted it with a Pazuzu mask or something. But anywho, Mike says, though, actually, Dr. Ardis, because they're close, he says that he thinks that the water as a source is plausible because they are already poisoning the population with toxic fluoride. And basically, Ardis then does yet another flip because he totally agrees with Mike, that he agrees with him about the water, and that anybody that says that this theory is ignorant or stupid is a very silly person indeed. So he's back to saying that it's the water. And then he says, when people ask, what proof do you have that it's in the water? Why not look at what the CDC has been doing? They have got 400 water testing sites, and they're sticking cotton swabs, doing PCR testing on your water, looking for this weapon. So again, he's basically saying that even though it's not the water, it's definitely the water, and the CDC are testing the water, which means that it's definitely in the water. And he says, well, yeah. Mike Adams turns around and says, yeah, but they're going to tell you that that's wastewater, which is, toilet water. It's not drinking water. And Ardis says, well, yeah, but are they really going to filter that wastewater? Then it's going to become your source water. I can't see anything that the CDC has shown me that they aren't only testing the water for SARS-CoV-2, this really deadly pathogen. And then at the same time, they're filtering it out of the water before they give it back to you. I've never seen that. But then he goes on to basically sort of like go, well, maybe it's not in the water, maybe it's in the air, or maybe it's on surfaces, maybe it's in the water. I think it's in the water, but the weapon is venom. So that's the whole point. It's about how they deliver the venom. He then points out that he's found this article from the British Medical Journal that says there are two health crises in the world, snake bites and COVID-19. Two crises, but they have one research and development in common. There's only one research and development opportunity to handle both. You want to know why? Well, because basically it's the same thing. Apparently, it's absolutely the same thing. And he says that basically this paper mashing together the COVID-19 crisis and snake bites shows that basically at some level they're aware of this and are using this to sort of drive COVID studies, basically. And then the final thing that he says, lisinopril, which is a heart medicine, is actually made from snake venom. And he goes so far as to say, like, a lot of people are saying that basically, this is a very, very crazy theory. But if you take something like lisinopril, that is, he says, his exact words are, that is pure snake venom. So you are drinking snake venom when you take this heart medicine. What he's inferring from this is that it's not actually as wacky as all that people would be sort of mucking about with snake venoms, and the idea that they could put it into the water or use it in some sort of way, disguising it from the rest of the sort of scientific world as a medicine, whilst actually delivering a venom, has got precedence. It's been done before, it's currently going on, and that's what he believes it is. So that is Dr. Brian Ardis's theory that COVID doesn't exist, that it's actually snake venom and it's being delivered to you through the water supply.
Yeah.
Well, I'm absolutely terrified of absolutely everything right now. I do not want to drink anything. I don't want to eat anything. Everything's got venom. Everything's venom.
I'm never bathing ever again.
I'm not completely convinced that he isn't just the guy living on Stu Peters' couch and they just put a suit on him. Just
yeah, that could be. It certainly could be. I mean, it's a wacky theory. It is one of these sort of things. Again, it does appear to have started with an idea and then tried to fit evidence around it. Maybe he's accurate. Who knows? We're going to go through the evidence and sort of have a look at it. What he does tend to do is speak very, very fast, cite a lot of papers, cite a lot of disparate things, and sort of give the impression of dots being joined like that. There are certain things that, well, we've heard his presentation. If everything that he says is accurate, then it does look very convincing that Remdesivir might be bad for you, and it looks like he's got some sort of potential theory going on. So we'll need to go back over it and see if it holds any water. Hey.
So, Jack, what are your first thoughts on the whole documentary? And because you observe some of the people that would believe this thing, how many of them do believe it nowadays?
First impressions of this doco, I just want to say I loved it. I thought it was a hoot. It was basically like a shit Joe Rogan Experience episode in the middle of that pandemic. It's kind of like if someone took the piss out of the Robert Malone interview with Joe Rogan or the Peter McCullogh. That was kind of like the comedy sketch version of. Also, like, to even call it a doco, it's pretty much a podcast. It's just a chat that they have and they just edit in a few things. Like, it's pretty kind to call it a doco, isn't it? But I also just absolutely love anyone just trying to link religion, good and evil, and God in with with the sciences. And Neil, you missed one. I think possibly the best part of the entire doco was the ending when he opened the fortune cookie. And the fortune cookie had 2 words in Mandarin or something, and it was the same name of the...
It was the same name as the guy that had been shot, wasn't it?
Yeah. So, I mean, amongst all this, God is talking to this guy. God is sending a direct message.
Through the medium of a fortune cookie in a Chinese restaurant.
I mean, what more do you need than that? Like, this guy's on a mission from God. I mean...
He does reiterate that a lot, that he is on a mission from God. Like, now...
A lot of them are.
Yeah, now, he may well be. Who knows? Like, or it may be sort of an ego thing, potentially. But I'll tell you what I was surprised about. This actually got a lot of traction. Like, I know of a lot of people that genuinely believe it still. Like, and they will refer to COVID, the vaccine, and or the medicine as snake oil. Like, that is still like a very prevalent thing. The snake oil is going around and stuff. So, yeah, a lot of people, particularly when this first came out, I think I was probably the same as you. When I first heard it, it was like, well, I'm watching this. Like, this is going to be good. Like, and yeah, came out of it thinking, that is a theory. Certainly, it does seem wacky and quite far out there. Doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't, like, that it's nonsense or anything, but it was. Yeah, there's a lot to take in there. It's essentially a global plot that involves the Vatican somehow, and the Vatican, in cahoots with every government in the world, is trying to put Satan into you. Which, what it reminded me of, that aspect of it. It reminded me of like Jack Chick and all those Chick tracks and stuff like that, because it was... some people tend to think that the Illuminati, the New World Order, the whatever, is like a Jewish conspiracy or a communist conspiracy or a communist Jewish conspiracy. There's some that actually think that it's the Catholic Church as well. The Catholic Church is the seat of the whore of Babylon, and etc., etc. So that's what it reminded me of. Now, I don't know, but one of the things that I did find out about Brian Ardis was that he was educated at a Mormon university. I don't know if he's Mormon himself, but you were saying, Brent, that there's actually sort of a kind of history with Mormons of not basically getting on. They have beef, so to speak, with the Catholic Church.
Most of American Protestantism has got a complete beef with Catholics. That's the reason they exist.
Yeah, right. To oppose Catholicism. Yes, I suppose that's true, actually, isn't it? He says, that is definitely. But yeah, so that's his theory.
Well, thank you for listening to part 1. Brian Ardis Watch the Water. Flip the record for part 2. And welcome back to part 2 of Watch the Water with Brian Ardis. Some dare call it conspiracy.
I hate to sort of shit all over this theory right away, but there is a bit of a problem with it, and it boils down to the difference between poison and venom. So what is the difference between poison and venom? Well, poison are from Los Angeles. They're a hair metal band. They tend to sing about like good times. They were famously did Every Rose Has a Thorn. Whereas Venom, which I happen to be wearing a t-shirt right now, they're a black metal group from Newcastle, England. They play sort of a lot faster music and tend to have themes about Satan and black magic and stuff like that. So
totally different things.
Yeah, completely different things. Anywho, even though the terms poison and venom are actually sort of used interchangeably, they're not actually the same thing. They're both a toxic substance, but the difference, it lies in the way that they are delivered to the unfortunate victim. You see, poison is a toxin that gets into the body via swallowing, inhaling, or absorbing through the skin. So, you know, those toads that secrete venom that you either lick or get it on your hands or whatever, that's a poison. Poison ivy, the clue is in the name. You rub on it and you get a reaction because that's poison that you've taken into your skin. Venom is different. Venom is a specialized type of poison that is evolved for a very specific purpose. It needs to be injected via a bite or a sting, and it needs to get into your bloodstream to work, because venom is basically it's a mixture of small and large molecules that needs a wound to be able to enter the body, and to be effective, it must find its way into the bloodstream. This is where it starts to fall down, because it is theoretically possible to swallow venom and not notice any effects, right? Because venom is essentially protein. That's all it is. And so the acids in your blood will destroy that. Now, bros, bodybuilders, don't go out there and start drinking venom, right? Okay. Although it is a source of protein, just use whey powder. So notes from today: no piss in the lungs, no smoking, no drinking snake venom to get massive gains, none of that, and no praying away illnesses. Go and see a doctor. Right. Anyway, back to the script. The thing is, it could hurt you. Say if you've got like a cut in your mouth, you've got an ulcer, you've got like a small cut somewhere, then the venom could actually get into your system and get into your bloodstream. But that is the difference between venomous and poisonous. I've got a very, very good friend, and this really annoys him. He's into snakes and stuff like that. And the phrase poisonous snake really gets on his nerves, because what he says is, oh, look, a poisonous snake. Oh, I better not eat it then. And it really, really drives him mad, like the distinction between that. So this is the point. Venom needs to go into your bloodstream. Poison needs to be drank or eaten. So snake venom in the water probably wouldn't work, or certainly wouldn't be the most effective way of delivering a toxin to people. There are some sort of animals. There's one animal which is both venomous and poisonous, and this is the blue-ringed octopus. And apparently, if you eat it, you'll die from poison, and if it bites you, you'll die from envenomation. So blue-ringed octopuses are pretty nasty stuff that you don't want to muck about with. But just to give an indication, that the venom is 40 times more toxic than the poison, and that sort of tends to be the case, that venoms are worse for you because of basically how they work in your body. There are about 600 types of poisonous or venomous snakes, and between 200 and 400 people die every day due to snake bites. So it is one of these sort of major problems. Apparently, as little as 7 milliliters of royal cobra poison can kill you, and that would take about 15 minutes if bitten. The most poisonous snake that we know of that's on the land is called a taipan, and it's 180 times more deadly than cobra venom. So it's really, really nasty, this snake. One bite apparently has enough to kill 100 people, and this is native to Australia, which begs the question, why they didn't use taipan venom? Because, you know, you get more bang for your buck. Like, if you've got to dilute it, it's like squash. Like, the stronger the squash is, like, you know, the less you have to dilute it and whatnot. But to
our American listeners, they will not understand what we're talking about.
Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid is a drink that you dilute with water to give a flavour to. Apparently, the most deadly, or what's considered the most deadly snake in the world, is the saw-scaled viper. And it's not because they're particularly venomous, although they are. It's just that they tend to live in crowded areas, particularly in India, and so they kill a huge amount of people. King cobras are apparently the longest snakes. They can go up to 4 meters long. And here's something sweet. King cobras are monogamous. They mate for life.
Aww.
Who knew that? Who knew that king cobras was a symbol of enduring love and romance? It opens up all sorts of opportunities, doesn't it? Next Valentine's Day, why not get your other half of king cobra? Like to show how dedicated you are to them. Right, I'm going to have to reiterate. We don't mean that, right? Okay, so the 5 things to take away from this show. Never mind, you get it. Anyway, but yeah, isn't that lovely? They mate for life. Although, if you are going to give one to your partner, be aware that a single bite can kill a grown male elephant. So you need to be a little bit. But, love hurts. So the fastest snake on the planet is a black mamba, and apparently they can go at 12 miles per hour. Now, considering that average walking speed is between 2 and 4 miles per hour, like, you would have to run away from a black mamba, and to be quite honest, some people wouldn't make it. So if you do see one, just make sure you're with somebody that you're faster than, and then everything's okay. Apparently, the most deadly snake in the world is the Belcher sea snake, and its venom is apparently 100 times more potent than a taipan. So it's just ridiculous, this venom. But they're sea snakes, and they're actually really timid, so they're basically frightened of humans. But they can hold their breath for nearly 8 hours. So they'd be good at things like escapology and working in places like, with foul smells, like maybe a pork rendering plant or something. They'd be let down by their lack of sort of opposable thumbs. But you could maybe sort of work a shift pattern out that could get the best out of them. But who knows? Now, here's the thing, right? We were talking about this earlier. Like, should you suck the venom out of a wound? We've all seen it. Like, it's in like Red Dead Redemption 2. It's in loads and loads of films. Someone gets bitten by a snake, and you've got 2 choices. You can either have the arm or the leg off, or you can try and suck the venom out and then spit it away. Now, opinion on this is divided, because obviously it's a bit of a trope, and in sort of military manuals, they tell them to do this immediately. But there's a bit of a problem with this. Basically, it's useless after the first 15 seconds. Because of the nature of the way that the blood moves around the body, after 15 seconds, it's all over. And the only thing that you can do at that point is get an anti-venom. And as we mentioned earlier, anti-venoms are taken from horses. You
might lose your sense of taste and smell as well if you suck that venom out.
Exactly, which is also not advisable. Yeah. There's 3 types of snake venom, and this is the thing, because he mentions kraits, he mentions rattlesnakes, he mentions cobras, and even within those delineations, there are variations of types of venom and effects and stuff like that. There's neurotoxic. That's sort of some cobras, mambas, and this blocks or overstimulates the nervous system, basically, so your eyes start to fail, you can't talk, and you can't breathe, because basically all your muscles in your lungs and your diaphragm, they're paralyzed, and so it affects the nervous system. Hemotoxic is stuff like rattlesnake venom. Now, hemotoxic impacts your blood and your heart, and it can work in one of 2 ways. It can either cause you to bleed out through internal bleeding, or it can cause blockages that basically damage cells and sort of induce like a stroke or a heart attack. And it can also, in some cases, cause necrosis, which basically means that your insides start to die and rot away. Then the final type is called cytotoxic, and this is where your body attacks itself, and essentially it liquefies all your cells as the body starts to attack itself. None of these are really much fun. Now, again, a further sort of indication that this feeding it to people through water wouldn't work is the fact that snake venom has been used throughout history as a method of hunting, like in Native America, in Africa, in places in Asia. essentially all across the world, the second that people realized that it could be useful for hunting, they did. And they'll dip the arrows in this venom. And apparently, because of the amount and because of the circulatory system of animals, it will kill the animal, but it won't poison you as you eat it. So again, this has been done since time immemorial, basically. Venom's even been used as a weapon. Very famously, Alexander the Great was in India, was met with a barrage of arrows, and his men were kind of a bit gung-ho about it. They didn't really care. Even people that were just nicked by these arrows within seconds went into massive convulsions. Their bodies went completely numb, and they started vomiting and frothing black blood from their mouths. What historians have figured out was that was actually the venom of a Russell viper, which is really, really nasty stuff, and that was used against Alexander the Great. When we're coming to drinking venom, there are actually people out there that have drank venom. There's a gentleman called Jagadish Vasudev, and he's an Indian yoga guru and spiritual teacher who goes by the name Sadhguru. I always thought the Sadhguru was Robert Smith of The Cure, but apparently, no, it's this guy. He's had a bit of a strange life. He sort of inherited a poultry farm but didn't really want to go into business, and he went to a place called Chamundi Hill, which is quite sacred in certain Hindi texts, and had a spiritual experience there, and the following year he started teaching yoga. In the 90s he set up a foundation basically trying to improve education in rural India and help the environment. So there's certainly some positive things that this foundation has done. Dodgily, he spoke at the World Economic Forum in 2007, so he's obviously Illuminati confirmed. But there are other sort of things about this bloke. He appears to be a Hindu nationalist, and he has some incredibly dodgy views about Muslims and Islam. But that's not really why we're talking about him here. He also thinks that if you eat cooked food during a lunar eclipse, you mustn't do this because it greatly depletes your pranic energy, whatever that is. He also claims to be able to solidify mercury with the power of his mind. Never actually shown anyone this, but he says that he can do it.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a really specific task.
Yeah, it is quite, isn't it? I don't know how that would work, like what use that would do. I thought of one. The only thing that I could think, you could fool people about the temperatures, right? Okay, or you could stop lighthouses from moving because they swivel on a bath of mercury. Oh dear God, what a hell! Now I say it out loud, it's terrible. Christ. Anyway. In 2011, at the Isha Yoga Center, in front of an audience of 10,000 people, he drank cobra venom, but he mixed it with milk. He was asked afterwards, like, why aren't you dead? How come you can drink this cobra venom? And what Sadhguru said was, it's venom. It's not poison. You need to understand that. Venom only affects you when it gets into your bloodstream, not your stomach. But invariably, there will be some opening somewhere, some small cut, some small ulcer, something. It will enter. I can feel it already. My eyelids are a little droopy. But venom in small doses is very intoxicating. It kind of puts you in a slumber and keeps other parts of your body alert. And then he basically sort of bangs on about how sort of snakes are sacred and that's why he thought that drinking venom was a good idea. But basically it shows that at least this one person claims to have drank venom. Have any of you ever fancied snake wine?
I've seen it. I've seen it on my travels.
Have you?
Mm.
Like this, I didn't even know it existed. But basically, to be completely fair, right, there was a study done in 2015. This was done on mice. So it's not exactly the same as human beings. But it did show that when they were given cobra venom to drink, that it did actually show the same level of liver damage in these mice as if they'd been bitten and it had gone into their bloodstream. Now, there was nothing more determined from this, but there is certainly that case. There's also been cases of people getting ill and in a couple of cases nearly dying from drinking snake wine. Now, so for people that don't know what snake wine is, What you do is you get a venomous snake and you basically infuse it in a bottle of wine, like usually rice wine or something like that. And it's supposed to be a rejuvenating medicinal. It can apparently, it's a cure for baldness, and it can increase sexual performance apparently. And it's sold in places like China, Korea, Goa, Japan, Thailand and stuff like that. What they do, there's two ways of doing it apparently. You can either have one that's called steeped, which is a whole snake inside a bottle. And there's two ways of doing this. Either they just shove the snake in there and drown it in the wine, or, which is the more popular version, is that they knock the snake out with like a big stick. They pull its stomach out, then they throw it in the wine. And apparently taking the stomach out makes it taste and smell nicer. But what happens is when the snake wakes up, when it gets into the wine, it panics and it coils round ready to attack and then instantly dies. So it gives this really attractive, fierce looking visage of the snake, like coiled ready to jump out of the bottle and bite you. And it's massively, massively cruel, obviously. But, you know, that's how they achieve it. There's another one called a mixed wine, which basically, this sounds just absolutely vile. They take the blood and the bile from the snake and they just mix it in with sake, essentially, and then feed you that, which is pretty grim. The paper was called Severe Coagulopathy After Ingestion of Snake Wine in 2015. And what happened was this 68-year-old man, he had 2 shots of this snake wine. I think he was at a wedding, if I remember rightly. And a couple of days later, he started getting really, really ill. He went to the hospital and they says, your blood's starting to coagulate. You look like you've been bitten by a snake. Have you been bitten by a snake? He says, no, but I've drank this wine. And he was given anti-venom and he actually survived. But it just shows that something's happened there where he's ingested it and somehow he's got the effects of envenoming, basically. So, but he's not the worst case of that. This is a bit, whether it's true or not is debated. But in March of this year, in the China Times, it was announced that a man in China, his son was chronically ill. It doesn't say what with, but basically he tried everything and he was pretty close to running out of ideas. So he'd got this snake wine. This snake wine had been in his pantry for over a year and nobody had touched it. He went to open it thinking, what the hell, we'll try it. We'll give a glass to my son, see if he's all right. He opened the top of the wine and the snake bit his face, because apparently it was still alive. This was reported in the China Times. Like, there are some people, reputable herpetologists and scientists, that have said, bollocks, that just can't happen because snakes need oxygen. The suggestion is that maybe the bottle wasn't sealed correctly and potentially the snake could have gone into what's called brumination, which is like hibernation but for snakes. Or, more likely, the story's not true. But it's a good story, so I thought we'd include that, basically.
Jack, I'm interested in you said like you've seen it on your travels. Like, have you drank it, or have your friends drank it, or do you know anyone? No?
I'm trying to work out exactly where I did, or whether it was, because I've been to India 3 times, but I've also had a mate telling me about all these kinds of deranged spirits and wines where they've just put dead animals in them.
Yeah.
And given them to me. I'm actually just trying to work out whether I have seen it or I'm actually just remembering someone else's story that is like kind of woven into my memory. You see, memory is not always that reliable, everybody. But I've seen some weird concoctions in India. But now that I think about it, I'm not 100% sure.
My mate's had one with a millipede in.
Yeah.
I think that was in Thailand he had, but I think that was, he said that was behind the bar, and it was one of these sort of, whoever lost the drinking game had to have a shot of the millipede drink.
Yeah, I've seen a lot with scorpions in them. I think any drink with a dead animal in it, I'm good.
No, thanks.
I've had a tequila worm, and that sent me absolutely loopy. Like, it didn't stay in for very long, but that might have been due to the tequila as opposed to the actual worm. But yeah, I have done that. But there's one person who would be violently opposed to that. well, he's not one person, but there's one person is violently opposed to that. He's also got a huge problem with Bear Grylls because of the way that Bear Grylls just happily rips the heads off snakes and drinks them and stuff like that. This is a chap called Steve Ludwin. Steve Ludwin's had a really illustrious career. He's written songs for Placebo and for the group Ash, and he actually played as second guitarist with Nirvana when they played the Reading Festival, their famous show at the Reading Festival. He roadied for Nirvana. His girlfriend wrote a book about Nirvana, and by all accounts, to say he knew those guys, which is pretty cool.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah, isn't it? But he's also fascinated with snakes, like as well as sort of the music industry. His big sort of love is snakes. And he's been injecting himself with deadly venoms since 1988 in an attempt to become immune to them. This has been documented in a couple of documentaries. One is by Vice, the Vice channel. It's called Getting High, Injecting Snake Venom. Well, this guy's fascinating, basically. To give you an idea, like, it didn't obviously kill him. He says it hurt like hell the first time that he injected venom. He says it's always painful and there's always some sort of swelling. But thus far, he's managed to somehow escape the sort of more deadly effects. In one time, though, like, he did actually go a bit too far, because in 2006, he ended up in the hospital. He describes it as an overdose of snake venom. What he'd done was he decided to mix venom from the northern Pacific rattlesnake, from the eyelash viper, and from the gree tree viper, and he decided to inject all three into his hand. Yeah.
Oh.
And basically he turned up at the hospital and they were like, what's happened? He says, I've been bit by a snake. And he says, well, what snake? And he says, all right, I'll come clean. It's 3 snakes. I've injected myself with the venom of 3 snakes. To which they said, well, you're definitely going to die. There's nothing we can do about that. Like, we could perhaps fight one of them, but 3 of them, like, no, you're dead, mate. We're very, very sorry. Bizarrely, he stayed in the hospital for 3 days, got bored, discharged himself, got better. And since then, he's been doing things like he's mixed black mamba, king cobra, puff adder venom all together and injected it into his arm and still survived. Now, this sounds just insane, like, and it may well be, but there is a purpose for it. What he's concerned about is, remember we were saying that basically in order to get antivenoms, you need to get them from horses, and that basically sometimes the horses die. Worse than that, it's not very effective a lot of the time because it's gone through an animal system. It's not uncommon for people to reject antivenom when they get it. Their body just simply rejects it. It's like, it's not for me. It's not conducive with me. So you're buggered, because that's literally the only cure if you've been bitten. So from his blood, what they're hoping to do, where was it? I think it's in Sweden. They're using his blood to develop human antivenoms, which is just incredible because it means that they'll be far more effective, lets people be less likely to reject it, and also it just removes the cruel element for using horses, because, as I say, this is just really, really archaic. When he started, he basically was doing it monthly. Then he went to weekly. Now he daily injects himself with venom. Although by 2019, he'd knocked it back to sort of once a fortnight. But apparently it took him 4 to 5 years, about just under 5 years, before he started to notice a difference. Before that, it just took him ages to get better after each one. And after nearly 5 years of doing this to himself, he started to notice that he was getting better a lot quicker.
I remember there being a weird fountain of youth aspect to that whole thing, and he looked really like youthful, which was kind of for his age.
Yeah, what he says is that venom appears to sort of give him sort of anti-aging properties, very, very sort of like taut skin, looks young, still got all his hair, etc., etc., etc. And he started developing like a sort of venom moisturizer cream, and he swears by it. He absolutely swears by it, basically. But he's tried all sorts of things. One of the first things he did before he started injecting it was he tried gargling rattlesnake venom. This was when he was on tour with Nirvana, I believe. He gargled rattlesnake venom to try and get rid of a sore throat. And again, to further prove the point, he's another person that drinks venom. On this particular documentary, he gets cobra venom a couple of times. He says, this is enough to kill a person, puts it in his mouth and drinks it. And then he does the explanation that it's just protein. It'll be broken down by your stomach acid. It doesn't work like that. It needs to get into the bloodstream. Now, strangely, Steve Ludwig wasn't actually the first person to do this. It was a chap called Bill Haast. He was a pioneer in extracting venom from snakes, and also basically he was a proponent of self-immunization. He holds the world record, this Bill Haast, of being bitten 172 times by deadly snakes. So, anybody that was going for that record, that's the benchmark that you've got to hit. So, dedication. That's what Roy Castle said. You've got to crack on with it. Apparently, when he was 11, he was bit by a rattlesnake. He barely felt any effects. So it's one of these things where potentially he's got some sort of natural immunity. Apparently, in the same year, he was bitten by a copperhead, and he spent a week in hospital. But people often die from being bitten by a copperhead. So very, very lucky. And then he started extracting venom to be used in anti-venoms at the age of 15. And what he did was he actually opened up a reptile zoo place where he would catch the snakes and get the venom out in front of a paying audience, and then obviously that venom would be taken and used to make anti-venoms. In the 1950s alone, in that one decade, he was bitten by cobras 20 times and survived. In fact, he actually survived until the age of 101, and right up until his last, up to 4 years prior to his death, he was still injecting snake venom, apparently on a weekly or daily basis. And again, in 1949, he was helping the University of Miami with medicines that were actually very effective for treating polio that were derived from snake venoms. And again, this just shows you that, for example, when Ardis is saying this is derived from this and this is derived from this, it's there's only so many things in nature that you can derive stuff from, venoms and plants and stuff like that. That's where you get stuff from, basically. But his work on polio was sort of dropped because at that time the polio vaccine was developed, and so it was felt that there was no real need. But apparently his work showed really real improvements. People that were very, very ill from polio were seen to make near miraculous recoveries due to the intervention of his snake venom.
Hello, this is Dr. Vicky Mail, and I'm a reproductive immunologist. Although our hosts may be charming, please be aware that they're not medical professionals. If you're unsure about the COVID-19 vaccination, you can look up advice from your local healthcare authorities or have a chat with your doctor or midwife. You can also follow me on Twitter @VickyLovesFacts for the evidence about the COVID-19 vaccination, fertility, pregnancy, and breastfeeding.
So, back to our main guy. So, Brian Ardis. Now, I've had a bit of a dig around for him, and this guy's been sort of floating around for a long time, but he's only sort of recently got into the sort of conspiracy milieu or the level at it. He's always kind of dabbled at it. I found his old LinkedIn page, I found his old YouTube site, I found his old Twitter handle. So I've properly stalked this guy, in a very sinister way. Anywho, his life started at the Porter College of Chiropractic from 2001 to 2004. That's where he got his qualifications. Now, according to his YouTube channel, he actually got into medicine to help his sister. His lifelong plan and one was to help his sister who's got a disease called lupus. And so he was determined to study medicine, become a medical doctor, and search for some cure to help his sister. But very soon he bollocks that off because, sod her, and decided instead to do zoology at Brigham Young University. Now, Brigham Young University is actually a Mormon university. There's no sex, no drugs, no relationships, no booze allowed on campus. It's boring by the sounds of it. There's also a bit of an honor code to act Mormon on this place, even if you're not. So I don't know whether he is a Mormon or whether He's a Christian, but he certainly went to this Mormon university. Now, this is not really with this Mormon university. Can you believe a fundamentalist religious organization has a few potential problems? For example, not desperately keen on LGBT people. Some of you more old school Mormons aren't necessarily that keen on people of color due to Joseph Smith's explanation that people of color were marked that way to show their alignment with Satan. Things like that. And they also have a bit of a problem with rape on campus, and because of the culture, they don't tend to tattle on people, and so there's been cases where girls have been raped, and rather than being dealt with properly, they've been hounded out of the school because they don't want to transgress the honor code, do they? Rape. That's not transgressing the honor code. Telling people about that rape. See, it's a fine line, isn't it? But anywho, apparently, again,
just full disclosure, this is how good at research our Neil is. He even went to watch Book of Mormon just 2 days ago for this show.
Absolutely. Yes, I did. Yes, exactly for the show. I knew 3 years ago when I booked this that it would be handy. It would be absolutely handy to go and see that. If any, I would go and see it. I'd recommend it. It's absolutely hilarious. Please, everyone, go and see the Book of Mormon. So, again, he was going to actually study medicine, but for some reason he's doing zoology under a sort of biology degree. And then he decides he wants to knock medicine on the head for two reasons. One, because all his colleagues get right on his fucking nerves, apparently. And two, because he has a child, a baby, and he's constantly crying. He's got something wrong with it. They can't figure it out. They try all sorts of remedies. Nothing works. Eventually, he bumps into a bloke who's a chiropractor. And this chiropractor apparently does an adjustment on this baby. And within hours, this baby settled down. And he claims that something was pinching something in his neck. This is a bit controversial. There are some people who would swear by chiropractors for small children. There are some people who would recommend that nobody goes to chiropractors. There's definitely been cases of people being hurt by chiropractors, broken necks, all sorts of things like muscular injuries and all sorts. But as I will reiterate, chiropractors pretty much saved my life. And were able to find out exactly what was wrong with me, what my spine was doing wrong, what triggered it, and give adequate help to sort that out. So it's a bit of a sort of a grey area, but seeing this, he's convinced by chiropractic, and so becomes a chiropractor instead. Now, as soon as he finishes his degree, he opens the Ardis Healing Centre of the Smokies, is what it's called. And this runs from 2004 to 2009. In 2008, however, he faces disciplinary actions for failing to keep up with continuing education. Now, this happens in all sorts. I used to be a hypnotherapist, and in a lot of these sort of what would be considered alternative therapies and stuff like that, what you're supposed to do is continuously learn and keep a track of, audit what you're learning. And someone can just phone you up out the blue and say, you need to show me all your learning for the past few years. I think what's happened with Ardis is he's gone, shit, I haven't done any of that. And basically, so he's faced disciplinary action. And that very same year, he decides just to retire as a chiropractor and opens what he calls the Ardis Healing Centre, which he runs for another 8 years until 2018 when he sells it, and it's now owned by someone called the North Texas Healing Centre. In 2010, he suddenly arrives on Twitter, and he also sets up a website called Ardis Nutrition, which is now defunct, and sets up a YouTube channel. And on this YouTube channel, he's talking about the usual shit, aluminium poisoning from vaccines. He's offering detox programs when detoxing isn't a thing. You know how you detox by having a working kidneys and a liver? All this drawing crap out of your ears and your feet and stuff like that. It's nonsense. It's just not a thing. You have a detox system. It's your renal system, essentially. He offers to identify previously missed blood infections. He's got this sort of obsession about scar tissue that could be caused by pregnancy or gallbladder infections or C-sections. He's got a particular sort of thing about perineal scars. He seems obsessed with this. Well, not obsessed, but he mentions it at least a couple of times because I've remembered it. The scar that would be between the lady part and the back part that sometimes tears while giving birth. He seems very interested in this part of people for some reason. But he thinks that this is like the cause of chronic fatigue syndrome. He's doing things like seminars on female hormones and depression and nutrition. You know, all the sort of stuff that as a chiropractor or as a retired chiropractor, he would know absolutely nothing about. Like, and he's doing it with some sort of degree of authority as well. And what's interesting to watch is that basically he starts off doing these seminars for money, and then as his YouTube videos progress, they all become free. I assume because no sod turns up to them, basically. Now, in 2010, so he sort of sods off Ardis Nutrition, sods off his YouTube channel, which he's just started, and he starts a business called Ardis Labs. And at some point, he develops an acne treatment. Now, this acne treatment costs $100 for a month worth of tablets. And these tablets are basically made from plants and essential oils. Now, on the website, it says, under his product page, these statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent disease. So he's selling unregulated products. Now, in 2020, he claims that his father-in-law died due to hospital protocols, and this basically put him on the track to realizing that COVID was a scam, and that he realized that the anti-vaxxers were right, and that he really needed to sort of spread the news about this. By sheer coincidence, he also happens to sell on his website something called a natural immune health cocktail. And it is a mere $119 for some tablets. And again, it reiterates that the product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent disease, but he infers very strongly that it will protect you from COVID. Whether that is in any way connected to his sudden sort of like, introduction to the anti-COVID scene or something like that, one could only speculate, but it does seem to be a little bit of a coincidence, doesn't it? Let's crack on. So, the first time that we saw him was obviously on Owen Shyroyer, and the big thing that he says straight away is that if anybody tells you that Infectamin is not FDA approved, then show them this document. And the document is called Table 2E, Characteristics of Antiviral Agents that are approved or under evaluation for the treatment of COVID-19. Can anybody spot the mistake that Brian Ardis has made? Yes, that's right. Let's read that title again. Characteristics of antiviral agents that are approved or under evaluation for the treatment of COVID. And if you go into the document, Infectamin's under a clinical trial. It's not been approved. In fact, the very document that he says that it isn't approved by the FDA and that it is currently going through trials, but no trial has found it to be beneficial. I have a funny Infectamin story, and by sheer coincidence, I didn't even realise this. Jay Widener of Kubrick Moon fame, I'm friends with him on Facebook. I'd not made that connection. Now, he's one of these people that isn't particularly into COVID. He thinks it's all a big sham. He was a big proponent of hydroxychloroquine, but he's mostly a proponent of Infectamin. Now, Infectamin is an anti-parasitical drug. You can get it over the counter in various places to treat parasites. Why were people calling it a horse dewormer? Well, because in larger doses, it's used to treat parasites, worms, in horses. And when people were going to their doctors and saying, I want Infectamin, they were saying, well, what for? COVID. Well, we can't prescribe it you for that. So people would go and get the veterinary grade Infectamin rather than the prescribed stuff. So when Joe Rogan's saying CNN said I was eating horseworm and stuff like that, say, well, you got yours prescribed from Pierre Corey, who's a dodgy doctor. Most people couldn't get it prescribed, so they were actually having horse dewormer. Now, Jay, bless his soul, not only had he bought this horsewormer en masse and was reselling it to members of the public in order to help them, he'd also worked out the fractions, like, well, if this is horse stuff and it's a bit stronger, this is the dose that we'll need. He was taking this as a preventative, and he put up a warning on his Facebook. He said, after 5 or 6 days of taking Vectomen, I had to rush to the toilet, where I purged my body of what I can only describe as gallons and gallons of black tar-like oil. Now, what that is, okay,
Satan?
he's got a better idea. He's clocked it. He reckons that it's archons. He thinks that archons, which are the fictional and mysterious alien pan-dimensional entities that sit even above the throne of Lucifer in the Illuminati pyramid, controlling things from behind the scenes, he thinks that they might be parasites, and so the Invectamin emptied those parasites from his stomach. Now, what a doctor will tell you is that what he's done there is he's shredded the internal lining of his stomach away to the point where he's bleeding internally.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. And he wasn't the only one who I saw this problem. I saw on my Facebook timeline loads of people saying, well, I've got to day 6 and the oil's started. And, how long does this last for?
Wow. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah. And even at the time, I thought, that's not a sensible thing to do, is it? But yeah. And I think he's better now, obviously. But
Stopped posting on Facebook.
ridiculous, isn't it?
I just like surprised he's got to go into some gobbledygook about the archons being like a parasite now. It's like they're like spiritual entities. They're not real manifestations on Earth, for God's sake.
Well, the Occam's razor sort of explanation would be, that stuff that you've been taking that's known to cause stomach upsets that you've been taking in massive quantities that are meant for animals, not humans. Maybe that's like giving you a bit of a dicky tummy. But no, it's not that. It's not that. It's something to do with these pan-dimensional beings being in his stomach. What they were doing in his stomach in the first place, who can say? But they're not there anymore. So anyway, yeah. He then goes on to say, and a lot of this will get repeated because he uses the same shit over and over again. He talks about this Ebola virus study, and he says that in this Ebola virus study that the Remdesivir killed 50%, or actually 54% of all the Africans that they gave it to. Right. This is from the paper itself. We'll come on to the paper a bit more to explain what it is. But it says, and you must remember that what they're doing with this Remdesivir is they're trialling it as a treatment for Ebola. And what they found was it's not effective as a treatment for Ebola, that it just didn't work. So they stopped using it in the study and used different things. But what the study did show, which is why Anthony Fauci linked to this Ebola study, was that basically the Remdesivir was safe. He also linked it to various other studies that showed a reduction in COVID symptoms and no heightened heart, kidney, or anything like that problems against the placebo group. It says in this paper, one patient in the Remdesivir group had hypertension that resulted in cessation of the loading dose of Remdesivir, and that was followed by cardiac arrest. However, even in this case, the death could not be readily distinguished from the underlying fulfillment of Ebola itself. So basically, it's not that the Remdesivir has killed these people, it's that it hasn't saved them from Ebola. Ebola has a 50% death rate anyway. So in that group, 54% of the people who took Remdesivir died. So it's not indicative that Remdesivir is bad. It's just indicative that it's not effective as an Ebola treatment.
Yeah.
He mentions the Gilead study, which is also known as the cohort study. And he says that 23% of them, and there's 53 people in this study, experienced organ failure, acute kidney failure, hypertension, and septic shock. No, they didn't. He's lying. He's just lying. What the paper actually said was that the overall mortality rate in this cohort study was 13%. The mortality rate was higher in the subgroup of patients on invasive ventilation compared with patients on non-invasive oxygen support. Factors associated with increased risk of mortality included an age greater than 70 and higher baseline serum creatinine levels indicating reduced kidney function. So these 53 people are all people who are nearly 70 or over 70 who've got pre-existing kidney problems who are in hospital with COVID right at the beginning of the pandemic when we don't understand what it is. But even still, he's actually lied. When he said 23% of all of them experienced organ failure, where he's got the 23% from is this. Mild to moderate liver enzyme elevations in 23% were observed in this cohort. No new safety signals were detected during short-term Remdesivir therapy. So what basically he said is that in 23% of them, they've got something that's indicating there's something wrong with their kidneys. It didn't cause kidney failure. And this was present before they came to the hospital and started the medicine.
Yeah.
So all of these people, right, had been to get on this cohort study, they had to have been severely ill for 12 days before they were allowed on the study, before any treatment started. 75% of the people in them had comorbidities, including hypertension, diabetes, hyperlipidemia, and asthma. So these are very old, very ill people. And it still doesn't show the deaths that he claims. He's just pulled it out of his arse like Jay Widener's Archon. Like, it's just ridiculous. He says that another 8% had to be taken off the drug before day 10 because they experienced such acute kidney failure and liver failure that they were going to die. Again, this isn't true. 4 patients discontinued Remdesivir prematurely. 1 due to worsening of pre-existing renal failure, that's kidney failure, and 1 due to multiple organ failure, and 2 due to elevated liver enzymes. Not due to the medicine, due to the disease. This was shown before they started the treatment, and they said that it's just not safe to do it to these people, so they stopped them. There's nothing improper about this paper or these protocols at all. Okay, he then talks about the Remdesivir. It says that this study, the French study on Remdesivir, of which 5 people, 2 needed kidney transplants. Yeah, they did. But these people, again, were people who got a pre-existing kidney problem and were severely ill with COVID. Before the study started, 2 were on ventilation, 1 was all oxygen, and all of them were considered critically ill before the trial started. All of them were going to die. 3 survived. 3 survived of the 5. So the majority survived in this study that he's claiming shows that Remdesivir is a killer. And it doesn't. It just simply doesn't. He then mentions the WHO study, which is Remdesivir and acute renal failure, a potential safety signal from disproportionate analysis of the WHO database. And he says that acute renal failure with Remdesivir is 20-fold to all comparative drugs. That's just nonsense. He just made that up because the paper itself doesn't make any such claim. Right? The study is a bit of a weird study. It's not looking at medical records and determining cause or causation. It's a word study, by which I mean they've actively searched for the phraseology. They've looked at renal failure and Remdesivir, and they've basically thrown those 2 into the Word document or whatever and shown how many times it comes up. And from that, they've inferred, there's a bit of a correlation with renal failure and Remdesivir. The reason for this is because Remdesivir is the treatment for COVID, and COVID causes renal failure. Like, this is the point. Now, in all fairness, the WHO did have a problem with it, and other people had a problem with Remdesivir. And then basically what they did was they did a whole series of studies that showed that it was actually safe. And that they needn't worry about it anymore. If we're being completely honest, and that's what we aim to do here, Remdesivir isn't actually a brilliant medicine. The Lancet says of Remdesivir has no significant effects on patients with COVID-19 who are already being ventilated. Among other hospitalized patients, it has a small effect against death or progression to ventilation, or both. And that's in the Lancet from 2022. So it's not the best medicine, and it has to be used at a certain time. Otherwise, it's essentially not effective at all. But it is one thing that we have in our arsenal of weapons to treat COVID. And you've got to remember at the time, basically, that they were desperate for anything.
Yeah.
But the fundamental and important thing is that it doesn't kill you. It just doesn't kill you. All of the stuff that this has been debunked by numerous various studies. Say Dr. John Mellors, who's the chief of the Division of Infectious Diseases of Pittsburgh Medical Center, has done studies on Remdesivir, says that patients who got Remdesivir in trials showed no evidence of kidney damage compared to the group that didn't get the drug. And even before you put onto it, you must undergo kidney and liver tests to make sure that this medicine is safe for you, because all medicines have got some sort of potential harm. My mum's desperately allergic to penicillin, but that doesn't mean that other people shouldn't have penicillin. It says that the lung or kidney side effects that were described were complications of critical COVID. We did a study and examined Remdesivir in a blinded way by using placebo controls and randomization. These side effects simply did not occur. Basically, when he said that like things like it causes complete liver and kidney shutdown, it's like this isn't true. None of this is in any of the studies that he's actually talking about. The one that's closest is the one that we'll come on to in Watch the Water, which is actually about Ebola rather than COVID. He then goes on to say that obviously as your kidneys shut down, the pneumonia is actually urine filling your lungs. And I think we can all remember the old song, "The piss bone's connected to the lung bone." Can we not? No. You know why? Because that's not a fucking thing, is it? That's not a thing. What a stupid thing to say. I don't know why he said that. I think he just got carried away with it, because he then basically says that it's not pneumonia, it's a pulmonary edema, and basically they're fundamentally mistreating people. Now, my understanding of a pulmonary edema is like an internal bleed in the pulmonary system, which is your breathing system. But here's the thing about this. I know nothing of it, but with my limited sort of leg, it seems to show that pulmonary edema is also associated with your heart stopping or problems with your heart. It seems to me that people who know about these things probably might be able to detect and indeed know about these things more than a retired chiropractor. And where he gets the balls to suggest that all these people are getting it wrong, and he's spotted something that he's never dealt with, never seen up close, never even had an association with, does seem to be taking his credentials as a doctor a pinch too far as I'm concerned. So I don't believe that. I think he's just made that up. Now, the next thing that he said, bizarrely, is true. He says that 95 to 99% of all COVID deaths occur in ICUs. Kind of. But do you want to know why? It's because of a thing called the IO7 codes, which is how we record COVID death. As soon as COVID came out as a novel disease, there were two codes that are delineated for it to be put on death certificates that show what the death was caused by. An IO7-1 and an IO7-2. IO7-2 is suspected COVID. We suspect that COVID was involved in that, but we can't prove it because this person didn't have a test. Or they had a test, but didn't die they died at home. An IO7-1 is died with a positive COVID test in a hospital or care home setting. So in order to be put on the IO7-1, you have to die in a hospital or a care home. If you died at home, you wouldn't be added to the stats. And that in itself completely blows the theory that governments across the world were trying to inflate the COVID figures. Actually, what they were doing was they were decreasing the COVID death numbers, because in order to be added to that IO7-1 code, you had to meet specific criteria. If you didn't have a test or if you died somewhere else, you were not added to that list. And although throughout the entire pandemic, everyone was saying they're hyping up the deaths, they're saying that anybody who died of anything is added to the COVID lists, that's simply not true. I'll take it a step further. the IO71 that died in a hospital or care home setting with a test, which is the very number that is used by the news media, the UK government, and the American number to show the level of mortality from COVID. Of the three reporting methodologies, that's the lowest. That's the lowest. The second highest is suspected because, as you say, we suspect it, we can add anyone onto it. Do you know what the highest metric of recording COVID deaths is? There's a third one where after that, they look at the death certificates, and an organisation like in the UK, it's the Office of National Statistics, they review all the deaths. And not just excess, they review it through the death certificates to see if the COVID was a causative effect. And so the third metric is people who've died with COVID on their death certificate, where if they hadn't have had COVID, they wouldn't have died. And that is the highest number. And that's the one that they don't tell you.
Yep. That was going to be my question. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, all of these people are basically saying that, they're hyping up the COVID figures. No, they're not. They're doing the exact opposite.
Jack, do you know how this compares to how they do it in Australia?
I'm not actually sure about in Australia, but I do remember there was a lot of stuff coming out because I've got quite a few friends on the other side of the fence with the whole COVID thing. So I've gone through this debate many times, but there was a lot of cases where they were counting people who had died for something without COVID, but they were COVID positive, so it wasn't the cause of death. But that was perfect clarification there, Neil, because I'd always hadn't really got a proper answer on that. And this is the case of when everyone starts trying to play scientist, isn't it? without really knowing the...
To be fair, there have been a few statements that might have been a bit confusing for people. For example, like Deborah Birx of the CDC said that we're counting everybody. We're counting everybody that as a COVID death, and she was telling the truth. But that's the IO72 code, and there was a very good reason to speculate that more people have died of it in the initial phases than have, and that's to track the disease. Because basically, all right, Jane here, she's died of something, and we suspect it's COVID, right? Okay, but we haven't had a test, so we can't confirm it. We can't add it to the IO71, but all the indications are that she has. So we'll mark that down because that could give us all sorts of other data about the types of people who catch it, the types of people who die from it, how it's spreading, what cities it's in, whether she had any pre-existing conditions that made it more likely that she was going to die. So all of this data is useful in different ways. What's happened is that people have tended to jump on one statement like that and gone, see. And then there have been cases as well, like there was that chap that got killed in a motorbike accident that was added to the COVID list. What they don't tell you is very shortly afterwards he was taken off it. And also, are there going to be some cases where, say, people who are terminally ill have caught COVID and died, and it's literally a mashup between did the COVID kill her or not? Because she was going to die in 2 weeks' time anyway. There's always stuff like that. But what people don't tend to realise is that there's huge amounts of compliance and regulatory systems that go into monitoring this. Places like the Office of National Statistics, and people will say to me, yes, Neil, but the Office of National Statistics is a government or a non-governmental organisation, so they're in on the plot, aren't they? They'll be saying exactly what the government wants to tell them. Well, if that's the case, how come the ONS tells the exact opposite story to the government? The ONS figures show the government to have done really, really bad. The people who are telling them that they did really, really well are people like the Telegraph, the newspapers. Like recently, we've had Rishi Sunak in the Telegraph saying, "Oh, lockdowns were a bad idea." That's because the bloke from the Telegraph works for the oil industry, and he doesn't want to have another lockdown. Because when lockdowns happen, oil goes into negative because we don't fly on planes, we don't go to work, we don't use buses, we don't use cars, we don't use heating in offices and stuff like that. For the first time in history, oil went into negative equity, which meant that you had to pay people to take it off your hands due to the lessening of travel. So the people who've got a vested interest in downplaying COVID and pretending that it was all hypes and it was all nonsense and rewriting history are two people. One, the government, because it makes them look better. And two, the government's donors. Why? Because it saves them a shed load of money. And it's as simple as that. So I'm ever so sorry to say it, but anybody that's jumped on this COVID denial train, what you're actually doing is you're giving the government an alibi. You've fallen right into their trap. They had two sets of scientists at the beginning, sage, which were right, and then idiots like Carl Hennigan and Sunita Gupta and stuff like that were pushing Carol Sikora, Michael Yeadon, Anders Tegnell, all of whom are financed by donors to the Tory party, all of whom were pushing the herd immunity. Why did they want to go for herd immunity? Simply because it saves the donors money and it saves the government money. It's as simple as that. And if people can't see that narrative because they don't like lockdowns and being told what to do, see, this is why you keep continuously being tricked, because you're being gamed. We know how to push your buttons, and so we're going to push your buttons. And that's how people can be tricked into really, really silly positions, basically. Mm-hmm. So the final thing that Ardis says is that doctors get paid to say that people have COVID or to put them on ventilators and stuff like that. And again, this simply isn't true. What this is about is that the system of healthcare in America is privatized, which means that basically everything costs you money. So that money is not going into a profit margin. That money is being used to pay the insurance companies for the medicine and or equipment and or time that is being used. Is it a great system? No, it's not a great system, but it is not the way that they're describing it. There is no financial incentive for somebody to pretend that somebody has COVID. In fact, if anything, saying that somebody's got COVID is massively detrimental to the hospital, because it means that you have to have an exclusion zone around that person because of the contagious nature of the disease. So in pure real estate terms, COVID is actually really detrimental, even for an insurance-based system. So just nonsense, absolute nonsense. Now, when he appears at the panel with Doug Mastriano, the QAnon Confederate gear bloke, it right from the start, there's something really cagey, because he says, "Welcome, Dr. Brian Ardis. He's treated more than 10,000 patients. Yeah, as a chiropractor, not as anything to do with COVID, although that's what you're heavily trying to imply with this." And then he basically goes to, I wanted to know the Medicare age patients. What's the percentage of deaths of those that received Remdesivir for 5 days? It was 26.9% of them died. And again, that's one of these things where it kind of sounds scary until you go, right, so over 70% of them survived. And these are people who are so ill that they require Remdesivir. That doesn't give an indication that that's what's killed them. It gives an indication that the Remdesivir didn't save 26% of them, and that's it. And he knows this. It's just nonsense.
That's the way they frame it, though, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. This is entirely his grift. He gish gallops and he cherry picks. And, it's the Monet thing, like we've discussed before. Like, from a distance, it looks like this is actually a coherent picture. Get right close up to it. It's just a load of dots. It's just a load of dots. They're not connected at all. Might give that vague impression, but they really aren't. He then talks about saying that Remdesivir is known to be cardiotoxic, and he quotes the paper, "Potential Cardiotoxic Events of Remdesivir on Cardiovascular Systems." Now, I read this paper, and it doesn't say that at all. It says that the theory is that basically Remdesivir can cause problems in people who already have heart problems. So these people need to be monitored more carefully if they use Remdesivir. But if you're in the hospital with a pre-existing heart condition and you've been hospitalized with COVID, you're in a bad way. You're in a really bad way anyway. And so to basically blame it on the medicine is specious at best, basically. He then basically says about the Gilead study again, saying that basically, the one that had 53 people, they found that it caused multiple organ failure and acute kidney failure, septic shock in 30% of people that they gave it to. No, he didn't. So we've already covered that. He's just simply made that up. He's completely misrepresented that, and he's lied about what's in the actual paper. So yeah, it's just nonsense. All this multiple people needed kidney transplants. No, that didn't happen at all. One of them did, but they had problems with their kidneys before, and they survived. So, it's really, really just nonsense. Right, so then Brian Ardis gets in the car and goes to see Stu Peters. Now, Stu Peters has gone through a few sort of iterations of his life. Do you like hip-hop, Jack?
Love it. Big fan.
Do you? Who's your favourite hip hop artists?
I mean, I was always really into Tupac and NWA, all the old. I mean, Dr. Dre, love Eminem. Big fan of Ocean Wisdom as well. A lot of the English hip hop is just sounds good, huh? Such a good accent.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it can be. Low Key is a particularly good English rapper. Very, very skilled. I like Big Pun. I like Mobb Deep. Nas, all the sort of East Coast stuff. I really like Jedi Mind Tricks and a guy called R.A. the Rugged Man.
Yeah.
You know what I found out, Brent, about Raucous Records the other day? Do you know who started Raucous, or whose money started Raucous Records?
No.
James Murdoch, son of Rupert Murdoch.
No way.
Yeah, I was gutted too. He didn't actually run it. It was his mate apparently that started Raucous. Like Raucous, for people that don't know, is like it's where Mos Def and Talib Kweli, Eminem and R.A. the Rugged Man and various other people, Company Flow and other acts like that got their start. It's an independent New York-based record label, I believe, and it's the famous sort of releases that he's done are called Sound Bombing. Eminem did a song called Any Man that was on Sound Bombing too, and that was sort of one of the first things that got him sort of noticed. But yeah, it was started with money from James Murdoch. Yeah, but yeah, I also like things like I like Onyx, I like CNN, the rap group, not the news organisation. Dilated Peoples are really, really great.
They're great.
Yeah. Now, obviously, as we know, the five greatest rappers of all time are Dylan, 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 and Dylan because he spits that hot shit. But you can add another name to that list now. Have you heard of Fokiss? It's Stu Peters. Let's just cut to the chase. It's Stu Peters. Stu Peters used to be a rapper called Fokiss. And obviously, music is subjective, but I like to think of myself as a fan of hip-hop, and I can quite happily say it's awful stuff, just dreadful.
It's not good.
Oh, it's terrible. It's really, really bad. Like, he's got no flow. He does that rhyme structure where it's like the Machine Gun Kelly thing, where it's literally the end word on the sentence is the only thing that rhymes. There's one bit in one song where he starts a flow for a bit and then sort of seems embarrassed that he's doing it, so he stops. And in one of the videos, he keeps cutting back to this studio full of really hard-looking black guys in the sort of most obvious way to give himself some sort of credibility and legitimacy that I've ever seen in my entire life. It's literally like, look at me with black people, see, I know the hip hop. And it's like, mate.
And he's got this crappy little mohawk as well.
Yeah, the mohawk was.
Oh God, yes.
While he's in the studio with these guys.
Well, he's doing Taxi Driver, isn't he? Like, he's sort of he's inferring that he's Travis Bickle, and there's a brilliant bit in this video where he's driving along, and he's obviously driving in real traffic, and so he keeps sort of looking to the camera, which is on his right shoulder, but then desperately like switching back so that he doesn't hit traffic in front of him, and he just looks twitchy and awkward like Alan Partridge. Like he looks like he's trying to. He looks like, you know, when you're in the gym and you see some guy blatantly trying to look at some girl's arse but not get caught. He looks a bit like that. Like it doesn't come across quite as cool as it is. Well, he can't decide whether he's sensitive or whether he's street either, can he? Like, so he kind of sort of tries to sort of like.
Well, there's Tupac in it.
Well, yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Come on, that's every good rapper.
Well, I mean, you're allowed to sort of, you know, have a palate. Like, you don't have to always be things, but. The one thing I would reiterate was do it well, or at least don't do it really, really badly. That would be my advice. But anyway, Stu Peters knocked that on the head after a while, and then he got sort of famous as being a bounty hunter, and he set up a sort of YouTube channel. Yeah, no, online. He set up a YouTube channel, and by all accounts, he was trying to do the sort of Steven Seagal come Dog the Bounty Hunter thing. But he got kind of into trouble doing this because he dressed up as a policeman. In fact, his uniform and the cars that they were using was was so like police cars that people inferred that he was the police. So he'd roll up and give the impression that it was either the police or the FBI in order to catch suspects, which is illegal. It was so egregious with this that they actually changed the law in that particular state so that people had to dress more differently than law enforcers, because essentially he was impersonating a police officer. He's also got sort of certain problems, like, say, domestic problems, shall we say, run-ins with the law. 1 a.m. on February the 19th, Stu Peters' wife called the police in Red Wing, Minnesota, claiming that Peters was in a drunken rage after getting home from his bowling league. In an angry scramble to find his phone, according to the account from Peters' wife recorded in the police report, he had allegedly started to berate her and thrown household items, including boots and pillows, at her. Arriving on the scene, police officers found Peters, who appeared to be intoxicated. His wife showed officers videos that she had recorded of her husband yelling at her, throwing objects around, and according to the report, asked whether she was concerned that Peters would attack her. She said, "Yes, that's the reason that I called you guys." His wife told officers that her husband regularly became belligerently drunk, saying that incidents like the one they were reported that night were, in the words of one officer, happening far too frequently. According to the report, his wife said that she would normally lay low and wait until Peters passed out from drink, saying that she was afraid to call the police, and that she told the police that on a recent trip to Florida, Peters had grown furious because he couldn't find his wallet, so he took her wallet and her ID and left her at the home. So, don't quite understand that. She said, "I don't know what he's capable of doing when he's drinking." Peters apparently gave shifting explanations to the police as to how he'd gotten so drunk, also as to how the altercation began. One statement was, "Hey, I know how this goes. So I'm the guy that goes bowling and gets drunk. I come home and the wife is pissed off with me that I'm drunk." But this wasn't his first encounter with the police. He was also convicted of theft for stealing stereo equipment when he was a teenager. And he was also arrested in Florida in 2006 for falsely impersonating a police officer, for unlawful use of an illegal blue light and robbery of less than $300 whilst using a weapon. So what he's done there is he's pulled somebody over pretending to be a police officer in a car that looks like a police car with a blue light and siren, and I think what he did was he told this person, "Traffic ticket, but I'll let you off if you give me $300.
Wow. Oh my God.
So yeah, I may be wrong about that, but I think that's what happened in that one. The worst thing that happened, though, was that basically he had to give up the bounty hunting work because, well, aside from the fact that his police-like uniform inspired a change to Minnesota law in 2015, restricting how much bounty hunters could dress like law enforcement, and the provision supporters said that this was, and I quote, explicitly aimed at Peters, saying his clothes and cars were reminiscent of a police cruiser, and he had repeatedly misled defendants about whether they were being arrested by the police or a bounty hunter. Goodhue County Sheriff Scott McNerlin complained to the Associated Press that Stu Peters was publicity hungry and seemed out to compete with celebrity bail bondsman Dog the Bounty Hunter. So he started a YouTube channel basically showing him as a sort of Dog the Bounty Hunter figure. But unfortunately, it kind of went wrong in 2017. What happened was he sent 2 employees of his bounty hunting firm to locate this suspect who was wanted on charges of DUI, assaulting a police officer, and possession of cocaine. He was working in a car dealership, and so these 2 people went up to the car dealership. A shootout occurred during which the suspect and both bounty hunters were killed on the scene. Now, a person that worked in the car dealership who was on the scene at the time said that the bounty hunters had falsely identified themselves as FBI agents before the shootout.
Whoa. Far out. Wow.
Isn't it? So that sort of gives you an idea of Stu Peters. Like, it looks like he's just basically, again, a bit like Dr. Ardis. He's tried something, he's tried something, he's tried something, and he's tried something.
Yeah, it seems to be publicity driven behind both of these personalities so far.
It certainly seems that way, doesn't it?
They're weird choices. Like, he's not the most intimidating looking guy, is he? And he's really a really tough guy kind of rolls at his tape.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe he just raps at these people, like, and just take the money, like, fine. But when he's there with things saying that he's all in danger and stuff like that, the first thing that he does is he basically quotes these papers. He says that when I read these papers, I knew that Remdesivir was terrible. And the first one he shows is the NIH final report confirms Remdesivir benefits for COVID-19. Now, there's nothing bad in this study at all. Again, he's just lied. He infers that the Ebola study is this study. Like, what that study shows is reduced illness, reduced time in the hospital, and reduced mortality by stopping the virus from replicating if it's used at the right time. Okay, that's what it says. Now, he gets the 50% death from a study that is called a randomized control trial of Ebola virus disease therapeutics from 2019. And the reason that this is even sort of known, Fauci's basically saying this is where Remdesivir came from. Originally, we tried it as a Ebola medicine. It wasn't terribly effective. Half the people in that group died. But the study showed that Remdesivir, there was no damage to the kidneys or anything like that. It was the Ebola that killed them. The Remdesivir just didn't save them, basically. He then goes on to say stuff like, Remdesivir is toxic and it's the only drug that's been licensed for newborns in the country. It's like, that's not actually true anymore. There's vaccines and there's various other protocols that can now be used. So it's not the only drug that's licensed for them. But again, it really wouldn't be problematic because none of these papers that he claims show it to have toxic effects are accurate. He's simply lying, basically. 6 months and older are now eligible in the USA, which is where he's talking about, for the vaccine. So it is no longer the only treatment available for COVID for newborns. So he's just talking crap there. He then goes on to say that basically they've stopped monoclonal antibody treatments so that you have to get Remdesivir. And this is true. They did stop monoclonal antibody treatments because they found that basically on Omicron and later variants, it's not effective. It simply doesn't work. And monoclonal antibody treatments are very, very expensive compared to other treatments. So they've not done it in some sinister way. Oh, this is working, best stop this. Don't you think if that was the case, that the people on the front line that were actually using it would be up in arms? Thank Christ this chiropractor has spotted something that the world's medical experts haven't. He then says that he gets the text from Dr. Richard Bartlett. Now, Richard Bartlett, he's a funny old character. Now, as we say, Richard Bartlett is the person that texted him and said that, what would you do if you got bitten by a snake? Would you go to the hospital? Now, he promotes this thing called Budesonide, right? He says that Budesonide, which is a steroid that's used for asthma patients, is actually really good at preventing COVID. And he says that it can actually reduce death and hospitalization by 90%. And there's a paper that backs this up. It says it's called Inhaled Budesonide in Treatment of Early COVID-19 Illness, a randomized control title. Now, it does say 90%, but what it actually says is there were 146 participants, 76 in each group, all symptomatic with COVID for 7 days. And they split them in half. Half were treated normally, half were treated with Budesonide. In the group that was treated normally, 10 were hospitalized. In the group that was treated with Budesonide, only 1 was hospitalized. Hence, he extracts from that a 90% reduction in hospitalization. It's a very, very small study, and technically it does show that, but there's all sorts of other variables about it. Now, his problem is that basically he says that Budesonide is like a silver bullet. He says that we don't need any other treatments, and that's simply not true. It works with some people some of the time if you get it in early enough. But you'll notice that even in that randomized control trial, 1 patient on Budesonide went to the hospital. So it's by no means a silver bullet. If these doctors, Bartlett and Ardis, are postulating that somehow a venom is involved, enough for Dr. Bartlett to text Dr. Ardis and say, what would you do if you had rattlesnake venom inside you? Well, how the hell does that steroid work against it then? It can't be both, because that steroid will not work against snake venom. It might work against COVID, but you're contradicting one another there. Because if Budesonide is a usable treatment, it can't be snake venom. If it's snake venom, Budesonide will not work. So one, maybe both of these people are lying, or at the very most stretching the truth. In October, of last year, Bartlett made it into the newspapers. He was given a criminal trespass warning from the Ector County Hospital District Police. He was caught on the hospital grounds going through the hospital bins. Now, what he was looking for was evidence of this theory that had been put about. Basically, there's this thing called the Odessa Accountability Project, and it had shared a picture of a 17-year-old girl who had a plastic bag on her head. And they said that basically this was humiliating and dehumanizing, and that the bag was actually just like an equipment cover, like a laptop cover, and because it was a plastic bag, this could suffocate her and this could kill her. Some have even inferred that this is how they're killing people in hospitals. They're suffocating people with plastic bags. And so he'd gone in there to look for evidence of this theory. Now, the picture is real. There's a girl there with a plastic bag on her head, and it says equipment cover on the plastic bag. And the hospital have actually apologized and said, yeah, we're terribly sorry, we really shouldn't have done that. However, the girl was on an oxygen mask, so there's no danger of her suffocating at all. And the reason that they'd put that bag over her head was because they'd run out of preventative PPE covers, which are essentially plastic bags anyway, which at the time was the protocol for helping people who were severely ill with COVID. So nothing really has gone wrong there. They've basically just hyped it up to basically give the impression that this is more of this nefarious COVID scam.
So under that bag was an oxygen mask.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, and you
okay.
can actually see it in the picture if you look. You can see the tube coming down and stuff like that. So it's one of these things where on the face of it, you can go, yeah, all right, I could see why putting a plastic bag on a 17-year-old girl's head doesn't seem like a good idea, but there's actually a semi-reasonable explanation for it. Anyway, Dr. Bartlett got in trouble with the hospital and the police for digging through the bins of that particular hospital at the end of last year, looking for proof that this was a thing, basically.
So what, he was like looking for plastic bags?
And yeah, apparently. I mean, how this would prove anything, like I don't actually know, but yes, this is what he was caught doing. And I don't think he got a criminal record for it. I think he got a ticking off, but he certainly didn't do any jail time or anything like that. But
They're really painting the hospitals out to be absolute horror shows, aren't they? Just hell on earth. Just plastic, every nurse, plastic bag on their head.
this is kind of their shtick, isn't it? Because to say Brian Ardis says that his father-in-law died in hospital because of hospital protocols. He doesn't. May, but I've never heard him expand on what that actually means. But this is what started him off on his quest. It certainly wasn't that he wanted money and fame, despite his track record of doing things that indicate that he's really after money and fame. This time he was genuine. So that was it. Then basically he says that most antivenoms are monoclonial antibodies, and that's why they don't want them using monoclonal antibodies, because monoclonal antibodies are venom. And this is bollocks. Monoclonal antibodies used for COVID do not recognise or bind to snake venom. They have absolutely nothing to do with snake venom. Antivenoms are produced by injecting venom into an animal with a robust immune system, such as a horse, and harvesting the antibodies that the animal produces in response. Monoclonal antibodies are completely different. They are lab-produced or cloned and designed to boost projection against a specific target. They clone an antibody that sticks to the spike protein of COVID and neutralizes it. No monoclonal antibodies have ever been created yet to target snake venoms, and that's Dr. Robert Gary, who's a virologist at Tulane University. So where he's got this idea that monoclonal antibodies are antivenoms, I've got absolutely no idea. It's just nonsense. He just completely made it up. Later, he makes a complete nightmare of himself and sort of shows that he doesn't have the first idea what monoclonal antibodies are, but we'll come on to it. And then he goes into that's because COVID's a venom. They don't want people using monoclonal antibodies. Fact checking is the opposite of fact checking, etc., etc. Right. Then he comes on to the bit that sounds a bit plausible, where he basically says, was there ever anything that suggested that that snakes would be the reservoir for SARS-CoV-2? And he cites the paper Crosby's his transmission of the newly identified coronavirus 2019, in which case it says that they've got codons from many banded crates and king cobras. This is true. However, A paper by G et al. Suggests that snakes might serve as a likely reservoir for the novel COVID-2 virus, and it was recently published after accelerated review and widely circulated by the news media. The author's claim was based on the observation that the codon usage of nCoV was more similar to snakes than other potential hosts they investigated. However, this premise is incorrect. Only rarely is the codon usage of a virus mostly closely matched to that of a known reservoir host. There is no data to support that snakes would be a likely reservoir for nCoV-2. I calculated the codon usage of SARS-CoV, MERS-CoV, and EV-CoV-2 and investigated how closely matched they were to the range of different species. As it can be seen in Figure 1, that while nCoV 2019 does indeed have high CAI to several different snake species, the same is also true for both MERS-CoV and SARS-CoV-1, and they have camels and bats, respectively, as their known reservoir species. In fact, both MERS and SARS-CoV-1 sequence have higher amounts of snake codons than SARS-CoV-2, and we know that snakes are not the reservoir for that. So it basically doesn't mean anything. It indicates that there's something in there, but other more prominent and better scientists have said, yeah, okay, I get what you're looking at, I see what you're saying, but that's not indicative that that's where it came from. As you say, MERS and SARS-1 have more cobra and crate peptides, for want of a better phrase, in them than SARS-CoV-2, and we know that they didn't come from snakes. So it's almost like finding a word in a larger word or something like that. It's like, oh, there's an and in demand or whatever. Like, it doesn't mean that it's the same thing. It just means that it has a similarity. So unfortunately, that's not true. He then goes on to talk about Dr. Bing Lau, who was shot and killed, implying that basically it was because of what he found for SARS-CoV-2. And this is pretty vulture-like, to be quite honest. It's been fairly established that it was a tragic murder-suicide based on potentially like an affair or something like that. So that medical researcher, said to be on the verge of making very significant coronavirus findings, was found shot to death in late April, early May 2020. Bing Lau, 37, was shot in the head and neck. He had a PhD in computational science, and he was looking into the cellular mechanisms that underlie the COVID-19 virus. He was found dead at his home, and his wife was not present. An hour after his body was found, a second body was found in his car with a self-inflicted gunshot wound, not in Bing Lau's car, in his own car. And the gentleman was called Hao Gu, who's 46, and he knew Bing Lau, and they argued together over an intimate partner. What the nature of this argument is unknown, and it's probably best not to pry, to be quite honest. But what happened is that this gentleman murdered Bing Lau and then went down the street, sat in his car, and shot himself in the head. And this is known. So to infer that it's connected with no evidence to back it up it's a bit shitty, isn't it? Like, really, it's using somebody's death to promote your own nonsense, essentially.
Yeah, it's typical MO of conspiracy theorists, really.
I'm afraid it is. Like, it's it's a bit disrespectful if we're honest. Right, then he talks about the January 2020 study on gene mapping by Genentech, where they found 19 toxic venom proteins. Yeah, that's it. That's literally it. He's found a 19. Fucking hell. Like, when he starts looking at old, like, annuals and calendars and stuff like that, he's going to blow his mind, like, all the 19s in those. Like, there's literally nothing to tie it in. He then makes a really vague attempt to tie it in by this technique that he's become accustomed, what's it called? Lying. He lies, right? He says that, is there a connection to Gilead? Gilead who make Remdesivir. And he says that, yeah, Gilead bought 2 facilities from Genentech in 2011. And then they bought 55 execs into Gilead in 2011 when the Cobra study started. Several things. They just bought 2 labs. That's all they did. They bought 2 labs. The snake study wasn't done in the same labs. It wasn't even done in the same state. right? It was done by Genentech, who isn't the owner of the labs. The labs are now owned by Gilead, who are nothing to do with Genentech. He says that they brought 55 executives in to oversee the handover. That's a lie. It's a flat-out lie. I found the reference for it. The 55 people were lab workers that had always worked at that lab and continue to work at that lab because they work in a lab. It doesn't really matter who they're working for. They're just doing lab work. So he's lied. He's just flat out lied to try and give the impression. Now, it gets worse than that. The study was called the Indian Cobra Reference Genome and Transcriptome enables comprehensive identification of venom toxins. So the whole point of the study with the 19 of it was making it easier to identify snake venom. Wouldn't that go against a plot to secretly put venom in the water? If this study is about how to more effectively, reveal venom and to identify venom, wouldn't that be completely antithetical to what the theory is trying to actually achieve? It's almost, again, like he's just pulling disparate shit out of his arse and throwing it at the wall and hoping that nobody goes, this is bollocks. But that's essentially what it is. So he then goes on to say that hydroxychloroquine blocks the nicotine receptors of the brain from it being injured by cobra and viper venom. And he doesn't give a reference. I can't find it. I found one study, and it was called Effects of Chloroquine on the Toxicity of Mice of the Venom and Neurotoxins from the Snake Bungarus multicinctus. And it turns out that if you envenomate a mouse and you give them hydroxychloroquine, it kills them quicker. It makes it worse. Now, I don't know if that is the paper that he's referencing because I can't find any other reference. And so this idea that hydroxychloroquine is like some preventative against snake venom isn't borne out by anything that I can find. In fact, again, it seems to make it worse, right? He then says that basically that the protocol for injecting remdesivir is the same as for injecting horses with venom to get monoclonial antibodies. Now, if you'll excuse the pun, he's had a fucking mare there, because you don't inject horses to get monoclonial antibodies. You get them to get antibodies for antivenom. You get monoclonal antibodies in a lab setting. So he's just completely confused the two. Also, the protocol for injecting anything into anyone, there's two types, one intravenously and one intramuscularly. So the protocol is almost bound to be the same for literally anything that requires you to inject something. So again, that's just a very, very dishonest framing of it. Okay. Then he goes on to the study like venom coursing through the bodies. Researchers identify the mechanism driving COVID-19 mortality, and he says it basically boils down to this enzyme. If you remember, he was saying that this sPLAZ 11A enzyme is found in elevated levels in people that have COVID, and it's also found in rattlesnake venom. Now, there is a key thing that he misses here. The enzyme is found in everybody. Everybody. It's a naturally occurring enzyme. Now, the elevated levels are unusual, but it's not that it indicates that snake venom's there. It indicates that snake venom uses the same mechanism. This enzyme is your body's response to a pathogen, in this case, COVID-19. And so the enzyme is indicative of something's going wrong in your body. Your body's kind of attacking itself, and that is how COVID gets to sort of cause damage, essentially. Now, the authors of this study have just basically said this is nonsense. He's completely misrepresented it. It doesn't indicate that there's snake venom at all. It's like saying, that man's bleeding. I saw a man bleeding when he got bitten by a lion. Hence, everybody that bleeds must be bitten by a lion. There's no logic to it. The sPLAZ11A enzyme, which has similarities to an active enzyme in rattlesnake venom, is found in low concentrations in healthy individuals and has long been known to play a critical role in defense against bacterial infections, destroying microbial cell membranes. So it's a part of your defense mechanism. And what's happening is COVID causes a cytokine response, which is essentially your immune system attacking itself. So it's producing too much of this enzyme, and that starts to become detrimental. It doesn't mean that there's rattlesnake venom in there. And again, I'll reiterate, we've gone through krait, cobra, rattlesnake. I think at one point he touches on viper venom. These are all different snakes with different venoms that have different effects and attack the body in different ways. And we'll further reiterate, they're all venoms. They need to go into your bloodstream. Drinking it wouldn't actually do any harm at all in a lot of cases. Sure, there's going to be some cases that are unlucky, but basically that's not how it actually works. He then basically says, I'm convinced that COVID-19 is not a respiratory virus of any kind. It's actually venom poison. I believe they synthesized this using proteins and peptides from venoms of snakes, and now they're administering it to certain people. Well, aside from the fact that there's dozens and thousands, in fact, of papers showing A, the isolation of SARS-CoV-2, and B, the infecting of macaque monkeys and the passing it through one monkey to another, fulfilling Rivers and Cox postulates and all of this stuff. You can find this very, very easily on the internet. It's been done. Like, I know people, we know people. Swaledale Muttons isolated it in the lab work that he's done. Like, it's not an uncommon thing. And so all these people saying this nonsense about, oh, it's not been isolated or it's not been isolated properly and stuff like that, you just don't know what you're talking about. Like, you need to sort of, you can't just say that. You need to rebut the evidence. Nobody has, other than saying nonsense about, once it's got the kidneys in, you're picking up the monkey kidneys, aren't you? It's like, do you have any concept of how DNA tests work? Like, evidently not. Like, if you can pull somebody's DNA off another person's corpse that's been stuffed in a mattress under a bed for 20 years, I'm pretty sure these people know how to distinguish between, the cell culture and the virus. Like, of course they do. Was it there before? No. Then it's something new. Was it there before? Yeah. Oh, well, that's the monkey kidneys then. Like, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, basically. Also, he doesn't say who or why. I mean, he obviously goes into this slightly later, but at the minute he's just leaving us dangling. Right. Vaccines have magnetic material in them. No, they bloody don't. Like, I mean, he's already made a point of saying that the vaccines have got a colour that's similar to snake venom. Like, that graphene oxide is black. It's black. It's a black powder. It's like graphene or anything like that. It's not dissimilar from pencil shavings. So you would notice it. Again, he's contradicted himself. Either it's black or it's white and yellow. Which is it? It can't be both. And all those people saying, oh, magnets are sticking to my arm because of it. Like, I don't wish to be rude, but have a wash. Have a wash. What's happening there is it's called adhesion. It's the moisture on your skin is sticking it to it. It's not uncommon. Like, it can be done. The very fact that you've shown it happening, oh, it's happened to me and I haven't even been vaccinated. Right, well, let's extrapolate that and see where we go to that. But it's bullshit. It's absolute nonsense. He then talks about Operation Mockingbird. Right. So his theory that proves that this is a thing is a television show in which somebody was poisoned with a drink and the poison was derived from snakes.
Yeah. Okay.
Really?
That's enough.
Right. I mean, that's up there with V, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, V is indicative of and Conan the Barbarian. Exactly. Like, isn't that backwards? Isn't that, like, I mean, it's nonsense. It's absolutely nonsense. I mean, like, for the record, the person that produced that particular show has said, no, don't be stupid. I've got nothing to do with the plot to envenomate the entire planet and disguise it as an airborne pathogen. So just to to cover that. So again, that's filler, really, isn't it? I kind of get what he's saying, because he's kind of tying it with this at the 9/11 thing, the lone gunman stuff, where it's like, oh, nobody's ever envisaged this, and then there's an episode where basically that plot point seems to be happening, where terrorists are going to crash it into the thing. But people get sort of het up on that. That doesn't indicate that particular film network knew what was going to happen on 9/11. It just says that somebody had thought of the idea of crashing a plane into a building before. So the significance of that is greatly overstated by Ardis in this. Like, I don't think it is significant. I don't think there's any at all. Certainly when he says that this is proof that it was planned all along. Peptides from crate venom. Oh, we're back to crates now. I realise that this has been how they're spreading this. Now, when he shows the the COVID test being put under a water tap and it gives a positive reading, that's not saying that the water's got COVID. You've broken the test. Like, this is a thing that kids picked up on pretty quickly, that those LFTs, like all tests, like there's a way to game them, to break them. And in this particular case, if you put stuff that had a lot of sugar in, or you put basically just saturated them, you would destroy the testing pad, which is a bit like a sort of litmus test, and you'd just knacker it out and it would just give both readings, so indicating that it's a positive test. And this is how they tested a pawpaw fruit and a goat positive for COVID, by breaking an LFT. That doesn't mean that the tests don't work, right? Okay, if I can break a test that indicates that I'm pregnant, say, by fucking about with it till it gives the two blue lines or whatever, that doesn't mean that the tests don't work. It means that I've broken the test. Like, that's all it means. Like, you know, it's really as simple as that. And again, people try to make a lot more out of that than it actually is. But this is where he basically starts saying that it's in the water. And one of his sort of main bits of evidence, which he repeats a lot, is that, isn't it weird that the CDC does wastewater testing for COVID, right? And then that's an indication of where there's going to be an outbreak. He says that's backwards. He also says that if it's in the water, it's passed through you, so you won't have COVID anymore, so there's no way that you can have symptoms. Now, both of these things are lies. He's just lying. What he's missed there is the incubation period. Rises in SARS-CoV-2 in the water supply, the wastewater, indicates that there's going to be a spike, because usually it can take up to 14 days for symptoms to develop. So this is the asymptomatic phase. Sometimes people get straight away, but for a long time, some people basically don't realise that they've got COVID. Some people never realise that they've got COVID. There's a group of lads in the village that I live in, and they went on a pub crawl. On the Sunday, one of them tested positive for COVID. By the Sunday afternoon, all of them have tested positive for COVID. 2 weeks later, the landlord of one of the pubs died from COVID. None of the lads, the students, ever got ill. But the strong indication is that they've asymptomatically given it to this poor sod who, because he was elderly or more elderly, it affected him far greater, and sadly he died. So, you know, all this asymptomatic is not a thing. There are very simple ways to test her. I know this girl, right? She's got HIV, and she's a fairly liberated type of person. I'm sure we could arrange to do some sort of experiment. You know, you could put your money where your mouth is and see if you come out of it better or worse. And then see if we think that asymptomatic is a thing. I mean, you could always just basically look at Typhoid Mary, the most famous case of asymptomatic spread in the world, where this poor woman gave typhoid to numerous people, never got ill herself, and she worked as a servant in various houses, and so just went from house to house, spreading it and killing lots of people, sadly. So that's how it's not backwards, because it takes time for the incubation period. So when they see it in the wastewater, that means that people are just going to start to get ill. So it's just absolutely nonsense. Then he goes to say that basically, the water companies aren't in this, but they are using the water systems to target specific demographics. They're absolutely confident that this peptide will kill everybody. Blah 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 blah. Now, this is logistically impossible, right? Okay, I had a quick look into it just to see sort of how many, because he says that these water companies are not in on it. So you'd have to trick, bribe, or get past all of these people. In the UK, there's 12 water and sewage companies and 13 that just deal with water. So, you know, there's over 20 different companies, all who are private industries, all that basically have their own protocols, own compliance, own regulatory authorities. You'd have to get past all of those in the UK in order to put the venom in the water. Do you know how many there are in America? Have a guess. How many water companies that you'd have to bypass in order to make this a thing? How many do you think there are in America?
20 in the UK, I guess 100 maybe, more?
Ooh, close.
200 maybe?
Closer.
UK is about the size of California.
Yeah.
So there's 50 states.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's 50,000 in America, and as well as the 50,000 water boards, there are 3 levels of regional, state, and federal regulatory authority. So you'd have to get past every single one of those in order to make this plot work, right? there's been 94 million cases in America and over 1 million deaths over 2 years, right? Okay. Now, if one bite from cobra venom could kill about 11 people, so for 94 million cases, you'd need over 8.5 million cobra milkings. But you need to do it every day. You'd need to do it every single day continuously because it only goes through the water system once. So it's completely logistically impossible. It's just ridiculous. Like, to suggest such a thing is it's asinine, really. It's just completely nonsense. It then goes on to basically say that smokers aren't affected by COVID because of the nicotine receptors, meaning that snake venom is ineffective against smokers because nicotine covers the receptor. This is bullshit. Like, we would notice if smoking was a cure for snaking. If that was the case, why aren't all these snake handlers, they're Christian guys and stuff like that, why don't they smoke? Why don't they tell people in rural India, smoke for Christ's sake if you're ever out in places where snakes might be? Because it'll prevent you from getting ill. Do you know why they don't do that? Because it's absolute nonsense. In fact, it's worse than that. Initially, there in June 2020 and March 2020, a nicotinic hypothesis for COVID-19 with preventative and therapeutic implications. And in March 2020, active smoking is not associated with severity of COVID-19. This was pretty much just as the peak started. So the data taken there is incomplete at best. Now, recently, the World Health Organization did a population study with a symptom app in over 2.4 million people. So much more than these tiny studies. And this study of 2.4 million users entering the data into the Zoe COVID-19 study in the months from the 24th of March 2020, smokers were far more likely to report the classic triad of symptoms suggesting COVID-19, cough, fever, breathlessness, and also more likely to report more symptoms, a surrogate for disease severity. And a review by the World Health Organization found that smoking is associated with more severe illness and increased risk of death in people who have COVID-19. So not only is he wrong, he's bang wrong. He's completely wrong. And I'll reiterate that that's bullshit. Like, just the idea that smoking would stop you from getting hurt with a venomous snake. Go on then, Dr. Ardis. This is the challenge I lay down to you. Smoke them up, Johnny, and then show me that works. I want to see that. I want to see you in there naked with a load of snakes, with nicotine yellow fingers, right? Just going, it's nothing. I don't care, right? And if you don't, you're a liar.
Just patches all over his body.
Exactly. If he doesn't, he's a liar and a charlatan. So, on to the virus in Latin means venom. What's the best way to put this? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't at all. No, it really doesn't. And all this, the definition means Pope's venom pandemic or King Cobra venom pandemic. No, just no. I don't even know when he's doing that, where he gets the cobra from. Stu Peters goes, Cobra? He's had some massive revelation. It could be anything. There's lots of king things. King flip. King flip, King flip venom pandemic. It's just bullshit. It's just absolute nonsense. And he's trying to sort of tie it in with this. This is where he gets onto this religious aspect of it. And again, for just apropos of nothing, he does two things. Well, he does several things. One, he basically tells you that you shouldn't take medicine, that you should pray it away. And two, he basically suggests that the Catholic Church is behind this worldwide plot to bypass the water companies. It's somehow connected to vaccines, treatment protocols, and the World Health Organization, and their plot is to put venom in the water.
Can I just say as well, as a Christian, please don't listen to his advice. Take your medicine and then pray. Sorry. This shit pisses me off. It's bearing false witness.
Yeah.
Is exactly what you're not supposed to be doing. And for you to sit there and say that God has pressed it on you, God has pushed you forward to go and tell these people basically nonsense, basically absolutely point blank lies, which Neil has pointed out.
Yeah.
This guy, if you're a Christian or whatever, this guy is evil. If you're a believer of anything, this guy is the charlatan. He's a false prophet. This is, when people use religion to sell them some shit, it's one of the lowest forms of manipulating people. And conspiracists are the same, really. They do the same thing. And so when you mix conspiracies and religion together, it just becomes very manipulative and something that really does wind me the hell up.
I can imagine. Yeah.
No, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. I think it's despicable that they would use a hook like that to draw people in. He's using Christianity and faith in the most manipulative way.
He is.
To basically, he's goading people almost. Basically, what he's essentially saying is, you're not as Christian as me if you do something as silly as take medicine.
Yeah,
which is nonsense. It's nonsense. It's despicable.
And you're going to go to hell if you do.
Yeah, pretty much is what he's saying. And then all this stuff about DNA and mRNA and just nonsense. The last thing that he says, you're saying that mRNA that he implies is used in the vaccines is taken from king cobras, and he cites this paper called Moderna co-founders using mRNA tech to treat venomous snake bites. It's not. It's nothing to do with the mRNA vaccines that are to do with COVID. It's about the delivery system. Again, this is a paper which discusses how mRNA technology works and how in the future, hopefully, they might be able to use that in the production of antivenoms and therefore not have to kill quite so many horses. It doesn't exist yet. It's not a real thing, but they're hoping that technology, which we must all remember is new tech or relatively new tech, might be useful for all sorts of other things. But they're finding that for lots of stuff. I think recently they were saying that the mRNA delivery system might be useful for certain types of cancer and various other sort of illnesses and situations. So it's just a big pile of absolute nothing. So then he starts in his backtracking mode. He then goes on to the Steel Truth to basically talk about the fact that it's in the water. It's definitely in the water, but you don't need to panic, because he didn't want people to panic that it's in the water, but it definitely is in the water. And again, one of the most stupid things that is an issue there is this Kelly Kingston or whoever it is. She texts him and she says, "Oh my God, I'm going through the patents for all the COVID vaccines and all of them have that enzyme in them." And she's talking about the sPLAZ enzyme that's found in rattlesnake venom. Now, there's a flaw in this particular piece of evidence in as much as it's a lie. It's not true. I checked, you checked, we put it out on Twitter. I didn't know. I thought maybe it is. Maybe it's got a different name, different clinical name or whatever. Thank you to everybody that helped us on Twitter. We put that out there. We put out the list of things. It's just not there. It isn't there. Some people even pointed out to us very helpfully, well, that wouldn't be there. That's an enzyme that occurs naturally in people's bodies, blah, 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 etc. They saw through this nonsense completely. So Brian Ardis and whoever this Kelly Kingston woman is, they've lied. They've just simply lied. They've absolutely 100% lied. They've just made this up out of whole cloth to try and make it sound like this theory is plausible. Then he says that basically some patents for adenovirus vaccines also have venom in them during the manufacture, which seems to sort of support what he's saying about this enzyme being in all the vaccines, even though it's not. And basically, in some potential antivenoms, there is one preprint paper that mentions venom as a cure for COVID, but it just doesn't pass peer review. And it's the same thing. It's basically saying, oh, look, if this is how snake venoms trick the body into reacting, can we use that same mechanism in order to treat other things by essentially, tricking the body? But that's what you're doing with all vaccines. You're tricking the body into thinking that you've got a disease so that it can fight it, but it's fighting a safe or a lesser virulent strain of it, or a lesser virulent dose of it, for example. So again, this isn't new. It's just nonsense. And then they say the ridiculous thing that, this makes perfect sense. This is why children are not getting COVID, because children have got more melatonin. And again, immediately when I watched this, I was like, well, that would mean that children would be immune to snake bites. Are children immune to snake bites? Let's look that up. No. In fact, they'll die quicker from snake bites, regardless of the amount of melatonin in their body. So again, it's just bullshit. They've just made it up. And saying stuff like that is dangerous as well. Because, as I say, what that implies is that, your kid's going to be fine from COVID, which is not necessarily the case. Children do die. Children do get long COVID. Children do get hepatitis from the effects of COVID infection. So it's much better to have your kid not have that disease than to have it. And again, just to extrapolate that would mean that you could stick your children in with venomous snakes and they'll be fine all day. And that's just simply not the case. And if that's not the case, then there's no logic to the argument. It's just nonsense. But then he goes on again. He just basically keeps saying that, how can I prove it's in the water? Because they're testing the water. They keep testing the water. He then basically this is where it gets all very strange. He keeps reiterating that the CDC are testing it in the water, but that Stu Peters misrepresented him by saying that it's in the water, but then he keeps repeating that it is in the water, but that's not the important thing, that it's in the water, but it definitely is in the water. He is, to use a phrase that I'm particularly fond of, all over the place like a crazy woman shit at this point. He just can't hang it together at all. Now, if I was a suspicious man, what I'd suggest was that he said this thing, not expected people to go, but that's stupid, Dr. Ardis. And then when he has realised that, he's just lying and he's using the technique that you would use at school when you're trying to impress a group of people, but you realise you're wrong and this other person is right. You keep talking loud and fast and repeating the same phrases over and over again so that Chappie here doesn't get a say, so that the impression is that you've given something. So just keep hammering that he does the CDC, the water, the CDC, the water. What he's trying to do is he's trying to paint a picture that just isn't there. It is, again, the guy calls him out for it, basically. He says he wouldn't be able to do it. You wouldn't be able to sneak past all these heavily guarded places. And then he shows the tiniest bit of humility by saying, basically, oh, no, I don't know anything about it. Maybe these guys know more about it. Before immediately going back to saying, but it's still in the water. I still believe it's in the water. And the proof of it is in the water is that they're PCR testing the water. Now, there is, again, a bit of a contradiction in terms with this. You can't PCR test for venom. You can't. So if they are PCR testing the water, they can't be finding venom there. They must be finding something else. So his own sort of proof doesn't work. It doesn't work even on the most basic level. Yeah, he then basically just doubles down on everything. So we don't know where it is. Maybe it's in the air, maybe it's in the water. But I think that it would be harder to spread in the air. And it's well, it would be harder to spread in the air if it was venom, yes, unless you sort of went by flinging it at people. But again, you've come from it from the position of it's definitely venom. Let's try and prove how it's venom. And bizarrely, again, the person who tipped to him that it was venom is Richard Bartlett, who wants to treat it with a steroid, which can't be used against venom, and doesn't think that it's in the water. So, I don't know where to go with this. It's just ridiculous. Oh, that was the other thing that we missed off. Sorry, just to go back to the watch the water. He says that what convinced him and what convinced Stu Peters as well was that they looked at the list of symptoms for snakebite and they looked at the symptoms from COVID from the CDC, and they were, in their words, identical.
Let me guess.
Well, let's have a look at the CDC symptoms for snakebite. And anyone can find this, so just Google it. Puncture marks around the wound, redness, swelling, bruising, bleeding, or blisters around the bite site, severe pain at the site of the bite, nausea, vomiting or diarrhea, laboured breathing, rapid heart rate or a weak pulse or low blood pressure, disturbed vision, metallic mint or rubber taste in mouth, increased salivation, increased sweating, numbness or tingling around the face and limbs, and muscular twitching. Right, so there's two out of that I could see that might match COVID, which is basically laboured breathing and nausea, vomiting and diarrhea.
And sweating for fever.
Yeah. So the COVID symptoms are fever or chills, as you say, cough, shortness of breath, fatigue, muscle or body aches, which may be, but like it's very, very different to being bitten by a snake. Loss of taste of smell, which is the opposite because you get a metallic taste in a snake bite, a sore throat, congestion or runny nose, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. So there's nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, maybe sweating, and shortness of breath. But it's by no means identical, is it?
No. So out of say 25 symptoms, it shares 3.
3.5, maybe. So yeah, it's not
Same thing.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. It's not quite there, is it? Basically. But yeah, and it reiterates that with this woman and the things, every aspect of COVID, the neurological, the coagulative impacts, it's all identical to snake venom. And then the woman whose name escapes me says, and the suppression of your breathing, your diaphragm, your inability to have a full breath, which I experienced. So she's saying that, it very much felt like my diaphragm was being paralyzed as opposed to just having shortness of breath. And it's like, come on, whatever. Right, so he's on Mike Adams now, finally, in order to dispel the myths that he's already dispelled or failed to dispel. And again, he keeps going on about how it's not in the water and that he doesn't want anybody to panic, but it's definitely in the water. And Mike agrees with him that it's in the water and the testing in the water, so it's definitely in the water. But don't panic about that, but be vigilant because it's in the water. So he does actually say, basically, water has not been my story, even though it definitely has. Water has not been my story. That's not the biggest part of my story. It is. I've been repeating, whatever the bioweapon is, that it's not very good because it has a 99.97% survival rate. That's not what he's been saying. It's been saying that it will alter your DNA to put Satan inside of you, and it's a plot by the Catholic Church. He's also said that 30% of people that have this snake venom will die. Where's he got this 99.97? I'll tell you where he's got this 99.97. It's a trope that's flown around by COVID people. There's a visual that's supposedly from the CDC that says survival rate is 99.7. Do you know what's wrong with that? It's not from the CDC. Somebody's just mocked that up. The CDC has never, ever given a survival rate for COVID because they don't give survival rates. They give IFRs or CFRs. IFR is an incident fatality rate, which is your likelihood to catch it and then die. Case fatality rate is if you catch it, what percentage of people will die. And the case fatality rate has been between 2 and 7% all over the world, depending on access to medicines, hospitals being overwhelmed, infrastructure, that type of thing. So where did this 99.97 thing come from? It came from a working paper that came out in early 2020, which was called the Centre for Global Development Working Paper. It was in June 2020. And what it was saying, we haven't got a lot of COVID here, but we're going to hypothesize scenarios in which we say how likely people are to catch it, and if they do catch it, how likely they are to die. And in this one scenario, what they did was they said that we will completely quarantine one town. And if we quarantine that town, we suspect that your chances of catching it and then going on to die are less than 1%. So they said that the IFR for this hypothetical town in which they completely closed it off to the outside world, that the survival rate, if you want to use that word, which is incorrect, is 99.97%. It was a hypothetical paper based on a made-up scenario with a fictionalized town and a projection based on what they knew at the time, which turned out to be wrong. So that 99.97 is a complete misnomer. It's, again, another COVID trope that's been trotted out. It's still trotted out, and it's not true. And the source of this makes it clear that this isn't true. But again, people will use it because it suits their cause. It suits the narrative that they want to project rather than actually adhering to facts. He then basically says, even if the water is the source, I never thought it was dangerous. I never thought it was horrific, demonizing it, saying, look at the water. He literally did, though, didn't he? He said literally that it will turn you into Satan, which, as we've mentioned before, I think that's demonization. They then go on to a bit about fluoride, which is interesting because there's arguments about fluoride. The concept that basically fluoride was used by the Nazis and the communists and gulags to dull people's rebellious natures and stuff like that. There's no source for it. There's literally no source for it. There's a book called The Case Against I.G. Farben, which claims that this is the case, but there's actually no documentary evidence, no primary source for that. It appears to have just come into existence. Is fluoride good for you or bad for your teeth? It's debated, to be quite honest. People have found that actually in high doses it can cause damage to bones and damage to teeth. What dose that is, if I'm honest, I don't know. But to infer that they're poisoning people with fluoride is just silly. And again, it's one of these sort of truth tropes that actually, when you look at it, it doesn't have as much grounding as you may initially think. Right. He doubles down again on the water. He absolutely doubles down completely again on the water. And he says, yeah, well, but they're going to filter that wastewater and then it's going to become your source water. I don't see anything that the CDC has shown to me that they aren't only testing the water for SARS-CoV-2, this really deadly pathogen, but then at the same time they're filtering out of your water before they give it back to you. I've never seen that. Well, there's a reason that he's never seen that, and it's because he's never bothered to look for it. But I did. Now, in fairness to him, it isn't actually the CDC, because the CDC isn't responsible for the water in America. It's the EPA, or the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, if you're a fan of the Simpsons film. So I had a look there, and it's like, is there anything to indicate that they might be taking this seriously? Well, there's a web page called Coronavirus in Drinking Water and Wastewater, and it says there is no higher priority for the EPA than protecting the health and safety of Americans. EPA is providing this important information about COVID-19 as it relates to drinking water and wastewater to provide clarity to the public. The COVID virus has never been detected in drinking water supplies. Based on current evidence, the risk to water supplies is low. Do wastewater treatment plants treat COVID-19? Remember, this is the thing that you couldn't find? Yes. Wastewater treatment plants treat viruses and other pathogens. Coronavirus, which causes COVID-19, is a type of virus that is particularly susceptible to disinfection. What is the EPA's role in ensuring that drinking water remains safe? The EPA has established regulations with treatment requirements for public water systems that prevent waterborne pathogens such as viruses from contaminating drinking water. These treatment requirements include filtration and disinfectants such as chlorine that remove or kill pathogens before they reach the tap. Additionally, the World Health Organization notes that conventional centralized water treatment methods, which utilize filtration and disinfection, inactivate the COVID-19 virus. So that thing that Brian Ardis couldn't find, that is essentially the crux to his theory, once he's realised that it's a logistically impossible theory, it's available on the internet for anybody to find, and we'll put a link to it in our Twitter notes. So he's just lied. The final thing that he mentions is the British Medical Journal Global Health website, and it says it's published this paper that says there are two health crises in the world, snake bites and COVID-19. Two crises, but they have one research development in common. There is only one research and development opportunity to handle both. Do you want to know why? Because COVID is venom. This is what he says. It's not a research paper. I found this paper. It's not a research paper, it's a commentary paper. What it says is that, hey, you notice when the whole world came together and funneled huge amounts of money into looking for COVID vaccines, and how basically because we had a huge amount of volunteers and a huge amount of money, and we'd not had to go through the sort of process of trying to sell it to a company and trying to get funding, which is the real reason that processing of vaccines takes up to a decade, we were able to get on with the testing and the 3-phase trials and the animal trials really, really quickly, and we were able to basically accelerate that vaccine. People have looked at this the wrong way. They've said that basically the fact that the COVID vaccine came out within a couple of years shows that they've rushed the procedure. It doesn't show that at all. It shows that actually medical research is hampered by sponsorship. That once you throw money at stuff, you can get it done. But most things, unless there's a financial incentive, they just won't finance the research.
Absolutely.
And so loads and loads of medicines that are actually really, really helpful are just sat there in what could be called production hell, because basically nobody's got the funding. And so what this paper is saying is that this gives us an opportunity. The summary, I'll read the summary. Despite inherent differences, snakebite, envenomating, and COVID-19 have much in common in terms of research and development challenges and opportunities. Both crises require a diverse portfolio of research and development solutions, ranging from diagnostics to treatments that can be effectively work and be accessible in different resource settings. Collaborative clinical research and streamlined regulatory pathways are critical to accelerate these candidates in the research and development pipeline. So this is all they're saying, if we throw a lot of money and effort at this thing, it can get done quicker. Transformative progress is possible with a concerted approach that aligns strong political will, coordinated financing, and the roots of most marginalised communities. And it says that basically anti-venom production at the minute is antiquated, and it would really, really benefit from an input of cash into research and development. And that's all it's saying. And he's basically trying to infer that it's both the same thing. And then he finally doubles down by saying, oh, you think I'm crazy? Well, this drug, lisinopril, is a heart medicine, and it's made from snake venom. So if you're taking that, you're literally drinking snake venom. I believe he uses the phrase pure snake venom. Can you believe that he's used that tactic again? The lying tactic, because it isn't, basically. Like, what it is it's an analog of a peptide. What an analog means is it's a synthetic copy of one part of an ingredient in the venom of Brazilian vipers. It's not actually taken from the venom. There's one bit of it, and they've copied it, making an analog, again, because of the effects that it has. If we're looking at things like, say, slowing the heart down and stuff like that, well, if you're having a heart attack or, palpitations, something that elicits a slowing response could be very useful. I don't know if it's exactly how it is, but that's the sort of the thinking behind these things. So that basically covers watch the water. So I think we can pretty much safely say that it's nonsense. It wouldn't work in the water. It would be logistically impossible to work in the water. There's no actual evidence that it's in the water. What he said about all the papers is a lie. What he said about Remdesivir is a lie. What he said about the Catholic Church and Satan is fanciful at best, stupid at worst. And everything that he said is either a lie, a willful misrepresentation, or he's just doubling down on something ridiculous in order to not admit that his previous statement was a lie. The man's a charlatan and a fraud.
Bloody hell. That was so bloody thorough. And just makes me realise how much more insane that film actually is. Because that's the tactic, though, isn't it? It's I kind of feel like that film is such it's kind of just an exaggerated example of more or less like the entire COVID debate. Just all these people without the correct qualifications throwing just papers and citing studies and all this kinds of stuff, and it's just homework. It's just dense homework that you have to trudge through, and then when you do, you're like, no, that was actually completely misrepresented, and that is not honest, and that is a stretch. And this just makes it slightly more easy because they're talking about Satan and snake venom.
Would you call him a snake venom salesman?
Oh, very good. I'd go for that. And again, I think that it's obvious why he's doing this. A, he wants to be popular. B, he wants people to tell him he's absolutely brilliant, right? Okay. And C, he wants to drive people towards his website where he can buy his overpriced and unregulated products. It's just really obvious. Like, it's a grift. It's a really, really apparent grift. And the thing that really gets on my nerves about Brian Ardis is after watching him for about 5 seconds, you realise that he knows he's lying. He knows he's lying because of the way that he, as we've just gone through, the things that he'll use stats, he'll gift gallop, he'll misrepresent papers, and he's not a stupid man. If I, right, with no medical background, can read these papers and go, oh, he's lying. Oh, I see where he's got that 23% from. Oh, I see what he's trying to say here. If I can see that, he can see that. And the fact that when he's even been pointed out that this is nonsense, that he keeps doubling down and saying it's in the water, and it's in the water, and it's in the water, and the crux of it is that basically they're testing the water, and then he sort of takes it even further and saying, well, did they do anything to make sure that the water is safe before it goes back into the drinking water? Yes, they do. That's always been a thing. Like, That's why there's not lumps of piss and shit in your drinking water, right? What was the man thinking? Like, seriously, what is he thinking?